Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this October 19th meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. As we always do, we'll start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please rise and join me in it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Ms. Christensen, if you could please call the roll call.
Thank you. Beloga?
Present.
Carter?
Present.
Coulter? Councilmember Coulter? Councilmember Lohman?
Here.
Martin?
Present.
Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Mayor Bussey?
Here. And I know that Councilmember Coulter was on earlier, and I think he was trying to clean up his connection, so we should be expecting him earlier. We should be expecting him here shortly. So right now the record should show 6 of the 7 Bloomington City Council members are here. I'll announce when Councilmember Coulter does arrive and is online. Item 4, I would like to get an approval of the agenda. Council, any changes to the agenda this evening? Hearing no changes, I would look for a motion and a second on the approval of the agenda.
So moved, Martin.
Second. Carter.
We have a motion and a second to approve this evening's agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Oops, lost my page. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Councilmember Coulter? Mayor Bussey?
Aye. So we have an agenda for this evening's meeting. Very good. Item number 5 on our agenda is an introductory item, and it's a meritorious operator award, which I don't think we get all that often here in Bloomington. We don't see one of these every day, so we're going to call it out specially. I'd like to welcome this evening Scott Anderson, who's our utility superintendent. He's joined by a number of representatives from the American Water Works Association. Good evening, Mr. Anderson. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you. I'm happy to introduce this item tonight. It's an award presentation from the Minnesota chapter of the American Water Works Association. And this award is for the meritorious operator, goes to Greg Randall, our assistant utility superintendent. In the midst of striving to continue to provide services to the residents of Bloomington and our customers during these times, I find it especially rewarding to see Greg recognized for his professionalism and expertise in the water industry. Greg's been with the city for a long time and has continually delivered high quality projects and operations to us. With that, I'll turn it over to Carol Blummel-Johnson, Uma Vempati, and Bert Tracy, all representing the Minnesota chapter of the AWWA.
Good evening, all, and welcome. Thank you for joining us here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, hope you can all hear me well. My name is Uma Vempati. I'm AWWA, American Water Works Association, Minnesota Section Chair-elect. And I have Bert Tracy and Carol Blummel-Johnson. Both are from our awards committee of Minnesota AWWA. They are co-chairs. We are here tonight to recognize and honor Greg Randall for his 30+ years of service to the city of Bloomington and the water industry. Greg was nominated for the American Water Works Association Operators Meritorious Service Award category.
Greg was selected from a number of nominees due to his continuous compliance with public health standards in treated drinking water, consistent and outstanding contribution to water plant and system maintenance, thereby prolonging the useful life of equipment. Greg provided oversight in the water treatment plant, sand filter rehabilitation, and media replacement. The development of new and/or modified equipment or significant process modifications to provide for more efficient and/or effective treatment. Greg was instrumental in the water treatment plant and distribution system, pumping system, automation, and control valve upgrades. Special efforts in the training of water system operators. Greg developed the city's utilities emergency plan. Special acts not directly related to water treatment, but which demonstrate dedication to the public beyond the normal operating responsibilities. Greg has worked on 3 large lift station rehabilitation projects. He's overseen the telecom lease agreements for the city-owned properties. Consistent and outstanding contribution to operation and maintenance of distribution lines, pump stations, and reservoirs. Greg oversaw the 82nd Street ground storage reservoir rehabilitation, which included the design of new hatches, the Minneapolis supply line flow control valve rehabilitation and vault overhaul, technical input and oversight for utility infrastructure projects. Carol, you there?
Carol, you may be on mute. I think you are up next.
All right. If we can't hear Carol, I'll continue on and finish it up. Water service professionals are often first responders and are essential personnel to ensure public health, safety, economic, and the quality of life we enjoy in Minnesota. What we do with our water resources today affects not only us, but future generations. The Minnesota section recognizes and values Greg's exemplary service. The Minnesota section of AWWA would like to thank the City of Bloomington and their City Council for their support and encouragement for Greg and other employees to be involved in their community water industry and AWWA. The Minnesota section is honored to recognize Greg Durandal with the Minnesota Section Operators Meritorious Service Award. Congratulations, Greg. Greg, you have anything to say?
Well, I want to thank everyone for the recognition. It's really very humbling, given all the excellent people in our industry. And I also want to give a shout out to all the people on our staff, everybody else within our utility that's made it possible for me to make the accomplishments I've made. And had a lot of good training opportunities and events that were given to me as a privilege from the city. So I very much appreciate it all.
Well, Greg, congratulations, and thank you so very much. I'd give you a round of applause, and I wish we could be here all giving you a round of applause for this outstanding achievement that you've gained. Thanks so much for your service. Thanks for the work you've done, and you say it's a privilege. It's certainly a privilege to have you working for the City of Bloomington for 30-plus years, for doing the work that you've done, to be recognized by your association as you have for the work and your accomplishments. Just it's outstanding. So congratulations. I'm happy for you. And as I said, I'm disappointed that we all can't be together and we can't have you here for a nice photo op and for a nice round of applause and everything else. But we will have to make do with what we have and, again, extend our heartfelt congratulations to you. And well done. Thank you so very much for your work and your service to the city.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council from Minnesota Section AWWA, thank you for giving us the opportunity to honor Greg tonight at tonight's council meeting. We appreciate it. He's an outstanding individual and a great operator for you. So City of Bloomington's lucky to have people like Greg and the rest of their staff. So really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Yes. And can I just say a comment that, I get feedback.
You got it.
But talking with Randy Poor this afternoon, he said Greg is the go-to guy when there's any questions regarding any of the utility or infrastructure items. So City of Bloomington really respects and trusts Greg's input and involvement. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Thanks for those kind words. Thanks to all the members of the American Water Works Association for being with us here this evening and for your kind words for Greg and for the City of Bloomington. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, Scott, for bringing this forward. And Greg, once again, congratulations. job well done. Thanks much for your
Thank you.
service and congratulations.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Thank you.
Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye.
With that, we can move on to item 6 on our agenda, which is the consent business. Councilmember Nelson was scheduled to have the consent agenda. He's remote tonight, and we weren't exactly sure about his connection, so I'm going to take it for him, if that's okay, for Councilmember Nelson. And have asked around regarding holds and have only heard back from Councilmember Beloga as to the one hold that he has. Have heard from others. Anybody else with a hold for this evening's consent agenda? I don't see anybody raising their hands, so with that, I would like to move items 6.1 through 6.11 and 6.13 through 6.17 of the consent business. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept tonight's consent agenda as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
and Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. As I said, we had one hold. It's item 6.12. Councilmember Beloga had that hold. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I generally go along with the project on 106th Street, the improvement project. Although there's $150,000 for creative placemaking, which is it makes, I believe, this council sound a bit tone deaf that we're doing creative placemaking, and at the same time we're planning to reduce services and terminate people. So I find that problematic, and while I support the other components of item 6.12, I would move approval of 6.12 subject to the removal of the $150 creative placemaking item.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to remove the $150,000 portion of the creative placemaking project cost estimate for the 106th Street project that we're discussing here. You did see, Councilmember Beloga, that in the project funding, it's $3.2 million in state aid and $400,000 in MnDOT cost share. So there's not officially city dollars going into this, and it wouldn't necessarily be specific city dollars coming out of this. You saw that and you were aware of that?
I saw a lot of numbers, but it appeared to me that the city was picking up the creative placemaking tab.
Mr. Verbrugge, can you shed some light on this here?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to invite in Mr. Keel. Let's talk about the project funding. It is listed in the council's agenda materials, the state aid and MnDOT cost share. Carl?
Thank you, Jamie, and council and mayor. As the mayor noted, there are two funding sources for this project. A participation cost from MnDOT, and that's for items that MnDOT is responsible that are part of the project. And then the city's state aid account. And that is a combination of our allocation from the state and also monies that we internally hold as state aid monies from past projects. So we are proposing to use those in-house state aid account, if you will, to pay for the $150,000 for the creative placemaking. So it is state aid money, but it is 100% under the control of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Keel. That clarifies it nicely. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Keel, isn't it correct that we could use that $150,000 for other projects on other streets and forego contributing potentially city money to those roadways in the future?
That is true.
So my objection stands.
We have a motion and a second to remove the $150,000 in creative placemaking funding for the 106th Street. Council, any further discussion on this? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. In general, I agree with Councilmember Beloga on this item. I guess my question on it is timing. Would that placemaking expenditure come back before the council in terms of authorization to move forward with it? And so would it be a 2021 expenditure, and would it come back and we could consider it separately at that time? What would the process look like on this?
Mr. Keel, can you help us?
I think that is possible. We would have to investigate that. I think there is a process involved on the creative placemaking side to go through a request for proposals and to develop the plans for that. That would be monies that would begin to be spent. That would probably have to happen earlier than next year. But I think if the council were interested in that, we could come back with a proposal and a timeline for how that might be implemented in the future.
And Mr. Mayor and council members, I think if there's a question of whether the council is going to do this or not, it's probably better to make that decision now than later, simply because we have 4 finalists that have already been selected, and they're going to be presenting their proposals to a stakeholder committee in early March. The RFQ has already gone out. Those 4 finalists have already been selected. So rather than waiting until we get to a point where these finalists have put in a significant amount of work and then halt the process, I think it's better if you're going to determine this is not part of the project to do it now.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess 2 questions related to that, and doesn't need to be super in-depth. Considering that the RFQ has gone out and people have been selected, I guess my first question is, what kind of sunk cost do we have into this already, if any? And then just with the nature of this project, is this something we can go back and apply the mural in a few years down the road? Or is that integral to the construction of what's heading in there to do it all at once?
Mr. Keel?
I believe that we do not have any sunk costs into it currently. It's all been staff time and time putting together proposals. I am not able to answer your question about whether this could be applied later. I'm not familiar enough with the actual proposals to tell you that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Verbrugge has indicated he's not sure either, but I see Alejandra Palenka joining us this evening. Good evening. Maybe you could shed some light on this for us.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Yes, we've spent a very small amount, around $370, related to this project for now. The timeline that we imagined was that the finalists would have until March, as Mr. Verbrugge had explained, to present their proposals. And then once they were selected, they have a year of engagement with the community to further develop that proposal, which is a combination of additional lighting to help with safety measures underneath the bridge, as well as some kind of a visual, either painting or 3D component attached to the bridge, which wouldn't actually be installed until 2022 after all of the construction's been completed. And we really view this as a way to help with resiliency and bringing the community together in a positive way throughout the process. That answers your question. I'm happy to answer anything else on the timeline.
Councilmember Martin, anything else, or did that answer the question for you?
No, that's great. Thank you both very much.
Very good. Council, any other questions or conversation on this? We have a motion and a second to remove the $150,000 for creative placemaking out of the project cost estimate for item 6.12, the feasibility report in order for the 106th Street Improvements Project. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
No.
Coulter?
No.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
No. Motion carries 4-3 to remove the $150,000. If we can make a note of that, staff, if we could do that, please. And Councilmember Beloga, then, do you want to move the rest of the item?
Yes, I think we already handled that in the motion as I had stated it.
Oh, I understand. I thought the discussion was simply to remove that, and then we were going to on the entire project as it was. So
Okay.
Okay.
So we're good?
Nope, understood though. Okay, so we have very good. Council, any additional questions on that? I think we've got that squared away.
Mayor,
Ms. Manderscheid.
would you like to have the body revote just to make sure that everybody had a same understanding of what they were voting on, given that you had expressed some uncertainty? Is the record clear enough from your perspective?
Well, I did have the uncertainty, specifically if we were voting on the $150,000 or the entire project. And I don't know, the folks who voted against it may have, or voted in favor of it, may have the same understanding. Councilmember Coulter?
Mayor, I would say that my understanding was that we were voting on removing the $150,000, not the project itself. So I don't know if a motion to reconsider would be in order, but I personally would like to vote in favor of the project. My understanding was that we were voting on removing the $150,000.
I see Councilmember Carter nodding her head as well. So Ms. Manderscheid, what would you suggest to clarify things here?
Mayor and members, you could reconsider. You could have a motion to reconsider 6.12, and then it's a two-step process. First is the vote to reconsider, and then the second is the vote. So you could do it that way. That would be my suggestion. So the motion would be a motion to reconsider item 6.12, and then you would restate the motion in its entirety on the record so that everyone was clear, and then move on from there with a second vote.
And the motion to reconsider has to come from the prevailing side. Is that correct?
Correct. So that would be Councilmember Beloga, Lohman, Martin, or Nelson.
I'd move to reconsider.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reconsider. And again, just for clarification here, so we understand all what we're voting for. So the reconsideration, this would bring it back to the table. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, Ms. Christensen?
This is just the act of reconsideration, and then you come back. If there's a majority agreeing to reconsider, and then you vote on the reconsidered motion.
But we have to vote on the reconsideration, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, before we vote, I just want to raise a procedural question here. What I heard Councilmember Coulter say is that he wanted to vote for the project, and he thought that he was voting just on the removal of the $150,000. My understanding of the motion, and looking at the council secretary, I think it was that the motion was to approve the project without the $150,000, right? So if Councilmember Coulter wants to vote for the project after the $150,000 is removed, then that would be two different motions. So I just want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the council here to be supportive of the project with or without the creative placemaking element included.
And I believe that's where we're heading, and that's what I am understanding. So we got three potential votes here. One is to vote to reconsider. The second would be, if we decide to reconsider, a vote on thumbs up or thumbs down on including the $150,000. And the third would be then thumbs up, thumbs down on the project in its entirety. Is that correct? Is everybody in agreement on that one? I think that's where we are. So we do have the motion and the second to reconsider. Anyone logging in on that? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. So we officially are under reconsideration. Councilmember Beloga, do you want to restate your motion here?
My motion was different than what the city attorney has mentioned. So I will move to remove the $150,000 creative placemaking from item 6.12.
Second.
Motion and a second to remove the cost estimate for $150,000 for creative placemaking from the overall cost estimate. So right now, just voting on whether or not to remove the $150,000. We're all clear on that? Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter,
No.
Coulter,
No.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
No. So the removal of the $150,000 passes by a 4-3 vote. And now Councilmember Beloga.
Move to, I don't know quite how to say it, so move to adopt the 106th Street project subject to the $150,000 reduction.
Or could we say simply approve item 6.12 as amended by the previous vote?
Yeah, better said.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 6.12 with the conditions based on the previous vote of the removal of the $150,000. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. So the motion for 6.12 as amended carries 7-0. All right, we got that bit of Robert's Rules of Order out of the way this evening early, so that's good. We got it out of the way early. So we move on to item 7, our public comment period. And item 7.1, which is our response to prior meetings' public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Only one comment at our previous meeting, and more of a statement to the council did not require any staff follow-up. No additional reports.
Very good. With that, we will open the public comment period, and that is a 20-minute period at each council meeting where we allow residents to address the council for up to 5 minutes and on items that are not on tonight's agenda. As we just demonstrated here, there will not be a back and forth, a discussion or so on. There'll be, if there is a response necessary, it'll be made at the next public comment period, which would be the next city council meeting. And so it's an opportunity for members of the community to bring items forward that are not on tonight's agenda. So, Ms. Wilson.
Donna, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Donna, do we have any callers that wish to address the council?
We don't have any participants yet as of now.
No callers on the line. Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am.
So we have no callers for our public comment period at this point right now. We'll leave the public comment period open for a bit, and we'll come back to it and make one final call here in just a bit. With that, we can move on to item 8 on our agenda, which is hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, and specifically item 8.1, which is a public hearing for a new therapeutic massage enterprise license for Home Sweet Home Massage. Mr. Junker, our licensing examiner, is here to help us through this. Mr. Junker.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. My bad. Doug, can you hear us now?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's Mr. Junker. Good evening. Welcome.
And there's my video. Okay, we're good. Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have Miss Bannicky doing business as Home Sweet Home Massage on Rich Road. I've done all our due diligence. Everything looks great. I'm just looking for your approval.
Council, any questions of Mr. Junker? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing now for the new therapeutic massage enterprise license for Home Sweet Home Massage. Ms. Wilson.
Donna, do we have any callers at this time for agenda item 8.1?
No callers on the line.
Thank you.
Seeing no one coming forward to comment on this item at this public hearing, Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on item 8.1. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Loman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
and Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, any further discussion on this? If not, I would entertain a motion one way or another, please.
Mayor, I'm happy to move approval of a therapeutic massage enterprise license for Jamie S. Bannicky, doing business as Home Sweet Home Massage.
We have a motion, and I think did Councilmember Logue, I don't know if we heard you officially. Second, very good. We had a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the therapeutic massage enterprise license for Jamie S. Bannicky, doing business as Home Sweet Home Massage. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 8.2, which officially is not a public hearing. We did close the public hearing on this at our last meeting, but this is a revisiting. We had tabled the Penn City Townhomes redevelopment at 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue. We had asked staff for additional information on a few items and more consideration of some specifics to this. Mr. Johnson from our planning department led us through this last time, and I think he is back this evening. Good evening, Mr. Johnson. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, good evening, and good evening to members of the council. If I could get the rights to share my screen. I'm going to run you through a more brief PowerPoint presentation than our last go-around, specifically tailored to some of the items that of focus per your request. Can you see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Please continue.
Okay, so to reorient everyone, again, this is the site at the northeast corner of West 86th Street and Penn Avenue. I don't want to belabor that. I think everyone is very familiar with the site after our last meeting on October the 5th. At the meeting on October the 5th, the City Council held a public hearing and did close the hearing. They did gather a good amount of testimony in addition to the written correspondence. In terms of actions beyond holding the public hearing, you did approve the re-guiding of the site, a comprehensive plan amendment from the low-density residential designation to the medium-density residential designation, and you also rezoned the site from R1 to R3 PD, the zoning district tailored towards townhome development. And then following those actions, you did continue or postpone consideration of the preliminary and final development plans, as well as the preliminary and final plat for the development to tonight's meeting. At the meeting, you requested additional analysis on 4 specific topics, certainly threads that were gathered during public testimony, as well as written correspondence from public, but also just points of interest on the part of the council. The 4 topic areas were traffic safety and access, wildlife and environmental impacts, water quantity and quality, tree impacts and removal, and staff did add 1 topic area that we wanted to bring forth to you, and that pertains to construction management. So if you'll allow, I'll go through these topic areas and proceed from there. Just to reorient everyone again, this is the site plan that is associated with the final development plans before you this evening. So again, 15 townhome units in 3 structures. 2 of the structures, 9 of the units would front up on Penn Avenue South and West 86th Street, with a 3rd structure with 6 units in the northeast corner of the site. 1 full access intended to be the main access to West 86th Street, a half access right in, right out proposed at Penn Avenue. Stormwater management facilities, some guest parking in the central east portion of the site, and associated landscape plans and other plans. The preliminary and final plat, this is the final plat, very typical for what we would see in a townhome development in Bloomington, 15 townhome lots. Again, allows for that ownership model that the developer is desiring, and 1 common lot, which would be association owned and maintained. Again, some right-of-way dedication along Penn Avenue South to the county, and park dedication fees, I think, are estimated to be in the range of around $80,000 for this plat. So those are the items under your consideration this evening. Getting to the specific topic areas, so we'll start with traffic and access. Just to reiterate, the subject matter experts, Kirk Roberts, the city's traffic engineer, I believe is on the call. I believe Brian Greedle is also on the call for stormwater management as well. So if there are specific questions about that, Kirk and Brian are also available. But getting to the general themes of the additional traffic analysis, the traffic staff did go back and look at this area again following the October 5th meeting, just to double check and kind of test the previous assumptions and analysis. And so the analysis of the two roads in question that serve this development, Penn Avenue and 86th Street, again reveal that these streets from a volume or from a trips standpoint are fairly typical of an arterial and collector road in Bloomington, not on the high side, more in the median side or in the middle. And the crash history of this intersection, certainly there are crashes at intersections of collector and arterial roads. That's not uncommon, but as reported by the city's traffic engineer, the crash history of this area, again, is not significantly higher than other arterial and collector roads. So just a point about that, kind of the direct locale serving this area. The development itself, he did provide trip generation about the development itself. Again, 110 trips per day, 7 in the peak hour, 8 in the PM peak. So those are the highest single hour concentrations of those traffics. And the traffic engineer did confirm that the proposed development would not present a problem for Penn Avenue or 86th Street from either a capacity or safety standpoint. So just reiterating some of that prior analysis. There was a fair amount of testimony about some of the surrounding streets in the area, concern about cut-through traffic, maybe some changing traffic patterns in the area, potential cut-through to 82nd Street. But Mr. Roberts did evaluate the traffic volumes on some of our local residential streets in the area, and similar to the analysis of the collector and arterial, found that those are very much in the range of typical local residential roads as well. While certainly there could be instances of cut-through traffic, stemming from this development or being sourced from this development, it would not tip any of these local roads into an area above what you would see in a typical local residential street. So he did evaluate the volumes on some of these other nearby roadways. Getting to the secondary access, certainly this is a point of discussion with respect to this development. Just to reiterate, as it's currently being presented to you in the final development plans, it's currently proposed as a right in, right out, half access. The median design would be subject to further refinement should this access concept go forward. And again, the key there is discouraging some of those southbound left-hand turns out of the development as well as into the development from Penn Avenue, just restricting the type of movements that can occur there. I feel like maybe there was not enough adequate discussion on the part of staff or in terms of why this is necessary or why it is a preferred option on the part of different bodies of staff and for various different reasons. In terms of why secondary access is necessary, just from a fire and emergency vehicle safety standpoint, some of these vehicles are very large. The larger fire apparatus is very difficult to turn around and back up. And so whenever you have a longer dead end, that is not an acceptable condition per the fire code and from a fire safety standpoint. So, why is this access necessary? It's necessary in order to get emergency vehicles out of this development should they enter from West 86th Street. Otherwise, the development would have to be significantly redesigned to provide some type of adequate turnaround that could accommodate a ladder truck. And so that would effectively completely change the course of design for this development in its entirety. So that is why it is certainly necessary. Now, other things that we talk about from a planning and traffic standpoint of why is this preferred? It's preferred because any development, particularly one that has a few more units, and that line can certainly be different depending on who you ask. But from a trip generation or traffic distribution standpoint, rather, excuse me, it is always superior or improved design to have multiple ways in and out of a development. For whatever reason, if one access is unavailable, there's always an alternative. It just better distributes the traffic, again, as opposed to concentrating it into one generation or direction, excuse me. So that's an important point there. Secondarily, with a development like this, you're going to have instances of larger vehicles in it as well. And so again, this is more of why is it preferred? It's preferred because you're going to have garbage collection. You're going to have instances of moving vehicles, U-Haul and other larger trucks with people moving in as well as moving out should they sell or someone else moving in. So larger vehicles are going to go in this development. If they don't have a public access option, they are going to have to find ways to turn around these larger vehicles internal to the development. They're not maybe as large as a ladder truck, but nonetheless, it can present a challenge. An important component of this discussion has centered on Hennepin County's review in terms of what their preference is on Penn Avenue. Now, certainly the county, with all its arterial and higher volume roadways throughout Hennepin County, they have design standards and preferences to where to allow curb cuts, particularly not just singular driveways, but streets or private roads or driveways that serve more than singular units. So they're applying those standards to here, and that's what's reflected in the initial staff review comment letter that you received recommending that this be an emergency access only. And so we did have the benefit of meeting with the county staff on last Wednesday, October 14th, I believe was the date. And so what we did is we per the direction of City Council, we wanted to nail down with them what their perspective on this is, and has it changed via additional analysis, some of the information that also has come to light in terms of site distance analysis and some of those things. And the staff position, I just did get word from their staff earlier today. The staff position on this has not changed. They're still favorable or supportive of an emergency vehicle access at this site. They are not supportive of doing a half access. And certainly respecting council's interest in this particular item in terms of what's occurred and, in terms of a history standpoint of how this has evolved. The way I would describe it, I guess, is that these development plans are kind of the product of a long period of time of design and work with many different interested parties. And so I think what you're seeing somewhat reflected is that to a certain degree, the position of Hennepin County staff has evolved over time. And in terms of really emphasizing these access spacing guidelines and other things that you see cited within their comment letter. So I just want to highlight that. And I think another question on the part of the council is, why are they not more definitive in their comment letter or in their process? I just want to highlight what they have shared with us, and this is correct, albeit a bit challenging. But the reason that they're not more forceful in their language is that they have a permit process similar to any city permitting process, wherein the developer has to submit to Hennepin County a access design and not only how it's designed, but who can use that access. And the county staff has the ability to approve or deny that permit on the basis of the design as well as the use. And so that is what is reflected in the condition. Now, similar to any city permit process that is handled administratively, the applicant, should the county deny that access permit, the applicant would have the right to appeal that decision. That's common in city code as well. If in terms of the different actions that staff has the administrative ability to make, should there be a decision that city staff makes that a taxpayer, a business owner, et cetera, disagrees with, they have the ability to appeal onto you. So similar to that process, this applicant has the ability to appeal administrative staff decisions onto a higher authority, albeit the county board or other authorities. And so certainly that provides them an avenue to pursue a half access should they want to go in this direction. So given that kind of report and information, we did follow the council's direction and try and nail it down as best we could. But in terms of the feedback we've received, so what staff is really asking the council on this issue is which path do you want to pursue? And we believe that there are both pathways available. Currently, and by pathways, what I mean by what we really want to nail down with you guys is your preference on the use nature of this access. The county has committed to providing an emergency vehicle access only. So certainly that is available to this development as at a minimum. The question then is to the council is, are these final development plans, is it absolutely necessary for this development to succeed to have a public use half access or secondary access to Penn Avenue? And with that question in mind, there is a condition recommended to you in your staff memo, as well as in the previous staff report, that addresses the access to Penn Avenue South, and it says that it must be approved by the city engineer and the fire marshal, and it also must be approved by Hennepin County prior to any site construction activity. It's condition number 7. If the city council determines that in order to move these final development plans forward, that public use access is absolutely critical for it to go forward, we would recommend that you add or revise this condition to include the language available for public use behind the Penn Avenue South language, as you see on your screen. So that is a point of discussion on the part of the council. Again, I think both pathways are available. This is a standard that is founded in good planning practice, as well as good traffic engineering practice in terms of trip distribution, as well as how to get larger vehicles in and out of the site more effectively. The city's traffic engineer has stated that the development can function with a single access. It is just preferred to have a public use secondary access. So something there for thought and discussion. Moving on to the second topic, environmental and wildlife impacts. So there was some discussion and request on the part of the public that in terms of why had the city not required some formal type of environmental review for this development. Staff did go back to state statute and evaluate what are the triggers for an environmental assessment worksheet. And again, that's kind of the initial threshold of environmental review for development projects. We did confirm that a mandatory EAW would be triggered at 150 units. Now, this being a 15-unit development, 10% of that trigger, it would not trigger a mandatory EAW in this case. There is an alternative pathway, which is a city-initiated discretionary EAW. But further research of state statute on that front actually revealed that that is not a feasible pathway either, because there is an exemption for developments with less than 40 units. So it's not to demur environmental review or that. It's just more so that we did evaluate, formal environmental review as it's required under state law and as it's allowed under state law, and this development would not.
Just went away.
I believe we just lost Mr. Johnson. Let's give him a minute to come back here.
Do you want to see if the public comment? Take care of that.
While we're waiting here, why don't we make a final call for public comment? Wait for Mr. Johnson to get relogged back in here. I'll make one final call for anybody here for item 7, our public comment period, item 7.2. Anyone wishing to address the council on an item not on tonight's agenda?
Donna, do we have any callers for agenda item 7.2, public comment?
We don't have any participants connected. Please continue.
Thank you.
Very good. We can clean that up. Then we can close item 7.2, our public comment period. And see if Mr. Johnson is back yet. Mr. Johnson, I'm seeing the thumbs up. Very good.
Sorry, terribly sorry about that. I thought I got pretty darn good internet here, but maybe that now I got to test that assumption. Again, staff visited the site on October the 8th. Again, and I'm relating this to wildlife impacts associated with this development. Staff does not want to present itself as an expert in wildlife review. So certainly take our comments with that prerequisite. But staff did visit the site on October the 8th and did not find any evidence of sensitive or atypical wildlife. There was some discussion on the part of the public of eagles and other birds of prey. Certainly not the the prime nesting period for those birds, but at the same time, we didn't find any evidence of that type of wildlife directly on the site. That doesn't mean that they're not nearby in Upper and Lower Penn Lake. We just did not find evidence of them directly on this site. In terms of just an overall kind of history of this site ecologically, this area used to be more marsh area, believe it or not, and the use of this area transitioned more to farming earlier in the 20th century, and then again, the single-family residential development in this area then started in the 1950s. So the land use of this area has changed over time. There's no doubt about that. We're just, I don't think that from staff's perspective, this further development would not present a inherent threat to overall wildlife in the area. They're pretty resilient with respect to land use change. So just to close the loop on that topic. There was also a lot of discussion about Upper and Lower Penn Lake. So Brian Greedle did additional analysis of their updated stormwater management plan and did find that their stormwater management plan does meet the city's rules with respect to stormwater management in terms of the 1.1 inches retained. He did analysis of both rate, volume, and quality, both from the existing condition perspective versus the proposed condition. And in all three cases, all three represented an improvement over the existing condition. Now, this might be surprising, although the site currently doesn't have any stormwater management facilities. So even though you're adding impervious surface to the site, you're also retaining, you're slowing water down, you're lowering the volume leaving the site, and you're treating this stormwater. And so in all of those categories, you see those tables before you on my screen. All of the proposed conditions represent improvements in that respect and would actually lower the amount of water going to Upper and Lower Penn Lake, would limit the bounce that some of the neighbors there have experienced or reported, and in addition would improve water quality by removing phosphorus and solids. So this development would not present a threat to Upper and Lower Penn Lake. I just want to be clear about that. The fact remains that Upper and Lower Penn Lake have a very wide stormwater sub-area of the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District, again going up to 494 and 35W and all that commercial development in the Penn American District and surrounding areas. So it's really a macro problem, and that this micro site is not really the cause of some of the challenges that Upper and Lower Penn Lake are experiencing. A couple other quick notes, as long as we're on stormwater. Brian Greedle did do an additional analysis about some of the localized flooding that neighbors reported and did ask about. It was found that this localized flooding does occur when amount of stormwater exceeds the capacity of the storm sewers along Penn Avenue. And so further reduction of water coming from this site to Penn Avenue, again, would present an improvement in some of that localized flooding on paper. There was a question about why is the DNR or the Army Corps of Engineers not involved in the stormwater management review. Just to reiterate, the DNR would not be involved unless there was disturbance below the ordinary high water mark of Penn Avenue, or I'm sorry, of Upper and Lower Penn Lake. And the Army Corps does not get involved in matters that are not involved with navigable waters. So those two issues are not pertinent in this case. Finally, a 9 Mile Creek Watershed District is required in this case, and it is a second set of eyes in terms of stormwater management review. So hopefully that puts more concerned residents at ease with respect to potential impacts of this development on Upper and Lower Penn Lake and stormwater in the area. I'll move on. Tree removal. There's a lot of discussion about tree removal, understandably so, given the amount of grading that has occurred. One of the things I'll highlight before getting into the bullets on the slide is that the applicant did provide a supplemental memo that did detail some of the kind of design considerations or criteria that have to be met with respect to why removing so much soil and flattening out the site. So hopefully the public or folks got to see that memo, but it did a good job of kind of explaining some of the maximum slopes and grades that can be associated for handling the stormwater on site, as well as having suitable driveways to enter and leave the site. So hopefully that made sense. The city forester, Dave Hansen, did visit the site we both visited the site on October the 8th. So we did take a look at all of the trees that are proposed to be removed. We previously had a figure of right about 100 that was in error. There's 93 trees proposed to be removed according to this plan, updated plan. Of those 93 trees, again, roughly right over 50%, 49 of them are ash and box elder. Again, these are trees that are on the city's prohibited list according to city code. Additionally, 10 of the trees that are not ash or box elder were also less desirable varieties, just from a arborist perspective, I guess you'd say. These are elm varieties, silver maple, other trees that are considered less valuable, frankly. 21 of the trees were significant trees as defined by city code, and so that was a little over 20%. And that would include some elm as well and some other varieties. What city code does is it defines certain varieties of trees as significant depending on their diameter breast height. So how thick or wide are they? At chest high of the tree, 8% is a cutoff for some varieties, 12 inches, 8 inches or 12 inches, depending on the variety, is when it falls into the significant category. Removing a tree is certainly still removing a tree, but for a perspective of how valuable or how significant are these trees, we use this city code definition just to provide some context and something to point to. In addition, this is not pertinent as this is a townhome plat, but if this were a subdivision of a single family neighborhood and you were seeing similar trees, they would have to provide a reforestation plan. Again, single family use is the only use in Bloomington City Code that requires tree preservation and reforestation. But if this were pertinent, just again, from a context standpoint, they would have to do reforestation on the site as they are removing over 50% of the caliper inches of significant trees on site. If they were to do that, they would be getting themselves about halfway towards the reforestation requirements for a single family neighborhood. And by that, I mean they're meeting the minimum landscape requirements of 32 trees. They are providing 58 trees. So they are planting significantly more trees than they are required to by city code. But just from kind of apples to oranges analysis perspective, again, tree preservation ordinance does not apply in this case, but it just gives us a lens to look at this development in terms of how they are kind of stewarding the site for the future. And in addition to choosing some varieties that hopefully will be more hardy and less disease prone moving forward in the future. There were a couple trees along the eastern boundary that we do ask the developer to look at in terms of trying to save some of, it was, I believe, a white pine and a white oak along the eastern boundary that were pretty significant trees, which were proposed to be removed. It might be difficult to do that just with the stormwater facilities in the northeast corner and some of the associated grading of the driveway and other things, but it's something we would ask them to look at. So tree removal is an unfortunate aspect of this plan and an unfortunate component of development in general. You're not going to find many development projects that are not going to be removing existing trees on a site. But hopefully that provides a good overview of that particular issue. We're not recommending any significant changes in that regard as a result of our analysis. The landscape plan, which I do have access to if need be, shows that they are, maxing out really a good portion of the site with new trees while still allowing some balance for snow storage and other open play areas. And you can't plant trees within some of the stormwater management basins. So hopefully that provides a good overview. Construction management plan. This is the topic staff added to the city council's directed list. But given the amount of fill, again, the 18,000 cubic yards proposed to be removed in order to accommodate this plan, it was something that it struck staff that, given some of the testimony and concern around the impacts of construction, that we put greater pen to paper with respect to that particular issue. So we are recommending that a construction management plan be approved by staff prior to any site disturbance on site. Topic areas within this construction plan would include a mandatory haul route, dust control, interim ground cover if necessary, and vehicle staging and parking. Certainly there's going to be backhoes, there's going to be dump trucks or belly trucks that they fill this soil in and make them leave the site. So construction entrances, where are they parking, how are they getting in and out of the site in a safe way? And then finally, this is more of a discussion item more than a strong staff recommendation, but the city's construction hours are identified in city code. They give to construction projects, a fairly wide, liberal amount of time in order to do their work. And certainly there is good reasons behind that. I don't believe the city has constrained construction hours on any other development projects in the city, to my knowledge. I did ask the building official about that. So it would be somewhat of an unprecedented approach, but I believe Glenn Markegard may have spoken with the applicant that they may have shown some willingness to look at more constrained construction hours given the surrounding neighborhood and the sensitivity there. So, and certainly during the pandemic, more people are at home more than they've ever been. So maybe some of that makes some sense. Snow storage. There was some discussion. This is just very quickly, not to focus on this too much, but there was some discussion on the part of the last meeting, as well as some council feedback and follow-up that for heavy snow events, the amount of snow storage identified, and I think it came up in a public comment as well, may not be adequate for large events. Certainly, it's always an issue, and more impervious surface and more areas, driveways, and get cars in and out. It might be difficult to handle all that snow in larger events. And so there was discussion about adding a condition to create a prohibition of utilizing the guest parking areas for snow storage. Again, one problem creates another problem, and then you have more off-site parking should the residents here want to have more guests if those stalls were used for snow storage. So if the council deems that appropriate, we did provide some draft language here that might be useful. Just a minimum of 6 guest parking stalls be available and maintained at all times. Guest parking spaces may not be utilized for snow storage. This would be an ongoing condition. Public comment, not to go over everything that was received before, but we did receive 3 additional emails, and those were included in your packet on the tail end of all the other correspondence. So that brings the total to 34 total emails from 31 different parties. And again, there was some supplemental correspondence from the last meeting included, including a petition from the public, as well as some social media discussion threads as well. The last point I want to make before I present the staff recommendation to you is just a discussion about our conditions of approval. So we are recommending one additional condition, a construction management plan, with the potential to also add a condition as it pertains to snow storage. But I think that's something that gets lost in kind of these lengthier staff reports or presentations, is that often many of the initial recommended conditions of approval are themselves in a way to mitigate or lessen neighborhood impacts. Given that that's one of the main concerns and discussion points on the part of abutting and adjacent properties to the development. So I just want to go over some of these that really, the ones that we've highlighted really are really focused on lessening neighborhood impact. So again, the construction management plan, I just spoke about that. I don't need to beat that one to death. But moving on, condition number 9, the stormwater management plans must demonstrate compliance with the city's surface water management plan. A maintenance plan must also be signed and provided. and recorded with Hennepin County. So they are required to maintain these basins into the future. If they don't maintain them, the city has the authority and ability within city code to bring them into compliance. A 9 Mile Creek Watershed District permit must be obtained. Condition number 10. Again, that's a second set of eyes on the stormwater management review and how it impacts Upper and Lower Penn Lake. In addition to the city's erosion control bonds and sureties that we require, the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District actually requires a larger performance bond be submitted to them to ensure performance of the development. That's important in terms of the concern of leaving the site incomplete for certain periods of time, or any issues that may arise from a stormwater management perspective. Other conditions that address neighborhood impacts, condition number 15 and condition number 21, both relate to not only impacts to trees, but also in terms of screening to neighbors, both to the east and to the north. The applicant has submitted a revised landscape plan showing evergreen plantings all along that northern boundary. Staff is recommending to you a condition that 3-foot high screening be provided along the guest parking stalls. Again, that's to lessen the impact of headlights on neighboring properties. And then something that didn't come up in our past presentation or discussion pertains to lighting, particularly of the northeast building. Staff did originally recommend to you a condition that lighting on the eastern elevation of the northeast building, again, that'll be the building that is most visible and closest to neighboring properties, that lighting on that eastern elevation have 90-degree cutoffs. The city has a long history of enforcing these dark skies standards in terms of the types of fixtures we allow, and so we don't want some of that light cast upwards in order to make bigger impacts as it pertains to lighting. So that's just a few examples, and all of those things really address neighborhood impacts, and it's things that we focus on in our reviews, and city code does address on a routine basis with development. But just wanted to highlight them. So with that, we are recommending approval of the preliminary and final development plans, as well as the preliminary and final plat. I do have recommended motions, and I will shut up.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good job again this week. Thank you very much for that information. Appreciate it. Council, comments or questions from Mr. Johnson? Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Nick, my question relates to this sort of question there that remains about the access onto Penn. And I guess my question boils down to if the county rules that has to be emergency access only, does that emergency access, would that include snowplows?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Coulter. That's a good question. This is designed to be a private driveway, and so all the snow removal technically would be the responsibility of this association, and it is association maintained. So my knee-jerk response, or my analysis of that, is that no, snowplows would not qualify to utilize emergency vehicle access. Now, certainly they could choose to not abide by those restrictions, and it would be a county restriction on that driveway. It wouldn't be a city restriction. But you're identifying one of the challenges of, again, only having one way in and out of a development. And that does exist elsewhere in Bloomington and in other communities. It's just not viewed by today's standards as an ideal condition, particularly once the number of units starts to go upward.
So to clarify then, if Hennepin County says that access onto Penn Avenue is emergency access only, and I guess maybe I'm not understanding, I mean, city snowplows would still have to plow that road, is that correct?
So Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Coulter, this development would be plowed by private snow removal. It would be contracted. City crews would not be responsible to handle the snow removal of this development.
So then I mean, I guess it's sort of an academic point in this case then, but I guess my question is, if that is emergency access only, how, I mean, short of just sort of defying the will of the county, how do snowplows do their work? How would they do their work on that road?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Mayor Councilmember Coulter, certainly these would be smaller vehicles than a city plow truck. So they would have some ability to, do some very tight and difficult maneuvering in terms of backing up and turning around. It's not like our fire department ladder trucks where, where it would be a near impossible movement for them. So they certainly could do that. It's just, it's not the best design. If the access is deemed emergency access only, which I'll certainly let the developer speak for themselves, but I think they're open to that idea. It would just have some operational challenges, not for everyday traffic, not for residents. The city's traffic engineer is on the record saying that this development can function without that access. But again, larger vehicles, so snow removal, garbage, moving trucks, things that happen now and again. There's more and more delivery trucks happening with deliveries to our homes. So it's not the everyday traffic, but it is routine enough that it, can cause an issue now and again.
Sure, thank you. And then I guess the only other things I would say are I would say more in the nature of comments. You went through, I think, quite well, sort of the other different approvals that are required as a result of this development moving forward, the watershed district in Hennepin County and so on. And I guess what I would just recommend is to the extent possible, going out of our way, given the comments that we've heard from neighbors, going out of our way to sort of connect folks who have questions and concerns with the appropriate folks who are granting those approvals, whether that's, if it's access to Penn, it's Hennepin County, if it's, folks who have questions about the watershed district process, connecting them with the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District Board and other relevant city staff and so on. I think, you laid out a lot of information about this. And I think you made a very excellent point about how some of the conditions that we just sort of include as a matter of course are designed to address neighborhood impacts. So I would encourage staff to ensure that folks who are concerned are connected with the right people, that they can get the information that they want. And then the only other thing, I have some more thoughts that I can share later after other folks ask questions, is you mentioned that there's only a reforestation requirement for single family developments. And I'm wondering, this is obviously not the time to discuss it, but I'm wondering if we at some point in the future want to take a look at that, and given that we're going to see much more multifamily development in the future in the city of Bloomington, if we may want to consider a reforestation requirement for multifamily development as well. So I just wanted to kind of make that comment and put that on radar for folks, given, I think, what is the likelihood of residential development in Bloomington moving forward. So I will stop talking now and let other folks ask questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I could just piggyback on Councilmember Coulter's question really quick, and then we'll go to Councilmember Carter and Councilmember Beloga. But Mr. Johnson, on the right in, right out emergency access only off of Penn Avenue, would that be controlled in any way? Would there be knockdown bollards or anything to actually control that, or would that simply be signage and kind of the honor system to make sure that people don't use that as a right in, right out, even though they're not an emergency vehicle?
Yeah, Mayor Bussey, thank you for that question. That's undetermined at this time. I know the fire department does not like barriers because certainly when they're headed somewhere, they're headed in a hurry, and they don't like anything that has the potential to damage their apparatus or their trucks. And so the county would have to work together, and that's why the condition is, phrased or worded the way it is that they have to reach an access design that it's agreeable to all parties. Without the agreement of all these parties, then I'm afraid it could not go forward. So they have to reach some design that'll be amenable to the county. And if that's an open but signed, and there might be some curbing or some different treatments to the driveway that would discourage that cut through in terms of making it a little bit of a bumpier curb ramp or something along those lines. But they have to drill it down into those details, and they're not going to do that until they know that this is kind of something that they have to work on.
Thank you. Just wanted to throw that in while we were talking about the right in, right out. Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. So riffing off of those questions around the Penn Ave access point. So, I had a very similar question as Councilmember Coulter related to some of the larger vehicles that would be going in and out of this development, like fire trucks. But I'm also thinking about garbage trucks, and I'm also thinking about, a potential future reality for us, and if organized collection ends up not being a thing anymore in Bloomington for a while, is there a chance then that this townhome development would have multiple garbage trucks going through once a week, or would a townhome development like this, like an association, would they develop with, or would they contract with one garbage truck provider and then have just the one hauler going in and out one time a week? I'd be very concerned if there were going to be like 10 garbage trucks trying to go through this development once a week.
Mr. Johnson?
Councilmember Carter, there might be other staff people who are more knowledgeable about how our townhomes developments in town are currently served, but and I welcome the developer's comments if you want to allow him that opportunity, but I don't believe that a homeowners association, particularly one is this small, would contract with multiple haulers. I just don't think that would make a lot of sense.
Oh, does a townhomes association typically, I just don't know the mechanics of that. Like, do they typically just contract, like the association contracts with one, or is it up to individual townhome owners?
That I don't know for sure. I should probably stop guessing.
Okay.
Councilmember Carter, if I could just jump in, I think I would guess also, but I think it's an educated guess that I would agree that townhome associations likely would limit the number of trucks in and out, and probably contract with a single with a single hauler, in much the same way they contract with a single snowplow operator. They're not going to let each individual, I think, contract their own and risk that increased traffic within the townhome development.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So my next question, so I'm trying to consider this proposal in the context of the current neighborhood and environment, but also the way that the neighborhood and area might look in the future. And so I'm curious if I know Penn Ave, the county is considering redesign of Penn Ave in other cities. And is that part of the conversation in Bloomington or future conversations? I know they've redone, other county roads in Bloomington. And so is that on the docket for Penn Ave in Bloomington?
Mr. Johnson.
In the future.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Carter, Mayor Bussey. I think what you're referring to maybe is in some cases with these 4-lane arterials, they've done 4 to 3-lane conversions. So just one northbound lane, one southbound lane, and then a center turn lane is the most common that I've seen. It is on the radar of Hennepin County of a possibility for Penn Avenue South, but there's nothing urgent or pending currently by their staff in terms of going through with that kind of more substantial redesign. But it's something that they favor, particularly as volumes climb in the future, because it is a safer design in terms of less speed and less crashes. But Kirk might have a better idea on that than me.
That's okay. I just wanted to confirm. I knew that it was happening, I think, in Minneapolis and Richfield. And so, being somebody that lives in this area, I would love to eventually see Penn Ave traffic slow down and for it to actually be a more walkable and bikeable corridor, especially with all of the assets in the area. And then I think in that kind of scenario, a townhome development similar to this could be a really nice addition. My last question would be around snow storage, and I know you talked about that, but if it were prohibited to be stored in the guest parking area, where would it be stored?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah. Councilmember Carter, there's one significant area identified on the plan here along this townhome, the southern unit. Additional storage could be done within the side landscape yard. Certainly, you don't want to pile it in a way that would create a problem for your neighbor, obviously, but there are a few other areas in the development, certainly being respectful of landscaping, of course, in between the driveways. Certainly, I would anticipate that some of the homeowners are going to be doing some of their own individual snow removal on their sites, patios, sidewalks, things like that. So there is going to be some areas available for that. I think the question is on larger events when whatever they have planned is not adequate. It's times like that where you may have to contract with someone to actually haul snow off the site. And we have had a discussion about that with the developer, and I think it's something that they're fully aware of and understand is a possibility, something that this association may need to do in the future, particularly in heavier event winters.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick, great job in presenting what you've done so far. I think the construction management plan is a good addition, and I thank you for that addition to this. And I presume that you've reviewed the proposed new conditions and revised conditions with the developer, and that they've accepted those. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Johnson.
Councilmember Beloga, we did send them the council agenda packet, which included the staff memo and the revised list of conditions. Again, it was one additional condition. So we haven't gone through a formal analysis of it, but they have not given us any feedback that would indicate that they are opposed to the current list of conditions as currently constructed.
We can ask them about that. And then can you go back to the slide that had the two different conditions relating to the access? Thank you. I've read this thing more times than I care to admit to. And it seems to me that they really say the same thing. So help me understand what the alternative really is pointing towards.
Mayor Councilmember Beloga, the key factor in between these two conditions, again, the top version is what was included in your packet, and the bottom version is an alternative if the council finds that public dedicated, or not dedicated, but public use of the secondary access is necessary for the development to proceed. The key difference is that should the county ultimately decide that this has to be an emergency vehicle access only, the county staff, and again, I want to be careful about splitting out county staff from the county organization writ large, because there's other peoples that can make decisions too on the basis of an appeal. But should they exhaust that, and then the only thing allowed is emergency vehicle access, condition number 7, should you support that version of the condition, the developer would not need to come back to you to revise their plan or create a turnaround or get some additional approval in terms of not having that secondary access to the public. So I think the way that the key differentiator, the alternative, that the council says, nope, it has to have a public use component on that secondary access. Should the county staff deny that, and ultimately any appeal process is exhausted, it's our interpretation on the planning staff that the developer would have to come back before you with some type of alternative plan or additional flexibility of some kind to get approved in order to address that condition. So
Okay.
that's the key procedural.
Yeah, and I read in 7 that it's soft enough that it still has that pardon the expression, but blocking rights, because the approval of the city engineer and fire marshal limits that. I hear what you said, and I thank you for that explanation. That's all.
Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you, Mayor. My question was asked previously, so I'm okay.
Very good. Council, other questions? Other questions? Before we get into our discussion, Council, a little bit more, I will actually I take Councilmember Beloga's advice here and call on Mr. Furlong just to be sure that he is amenable to the conditions proposed by staff in the staff report. I don't want to get into a long discussion, just kind of a yes or no with Mr. Furlong, whether or not he is amenable to the discussion or to the conditions of approval that the staff has listed. Ms. Wilson, can you help us with Mr. Furlong? There's Mr. Furlong. Good evening, Mr. Furlong.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yes, I have had conversations with city planning today about additional conditions. The construction management plan we feel is a good idea, even if it does increase our costs slightly by having limited hours. I made a commitment to the neighborhood that we would limit the size of our trucks to protect the road, and so I'm happy to make a commitment to the neighborhood that we won't be out there swinging hammers at 9 o'clock at night. The Penn access, we feel that the proposal as set forth to you is still a
Mr. Furlong, I don't want to reopen this as a public hearing, so I wanted to be careful. But I do want to know if you're in approval of the conditions of approval that the staff has laid out, without going too in depth with any of these, because as I said, I don't want to. If we get too far into this, it looks like a public hearing, and I don't want to do that. We have closed the public hearing. We're not taking public testimony tonight, and don't want to make it tip the scales one way or the other for this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just add that public use on the Penn access is not required by us, and so if that condition is not included, that's also acceptable.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Council, additional thoughts or comments on this as we look to move our way forward on this? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'll also add my thanks for Mr. Johnson, the whole team, Mr. Roberts. I was trying to think yesterday when the last time we had public comment that was responded to in such a specific way. The 4 or 5 points that were laid out, the additional data that was gathered, I think that's a pretty huge deal. So thank you for taking all that time. That being said, overall, I understand kind of the constraints, both in terms of market timing and profitability for the project, necessitating the 15 units on site. But man, it really feels like it caused kind of a cascade of design constraints that have complicated things a little bit. I appreciate staff's recommended condition of approval tweak for the public access onto Penn, even if it's just the right in, right out. I know this is anecdotal, but I've got friends and family that live in townhome developments, and I've never seen adequate gas parking provided. If I was going to have a board game night with buddies after COVID has moved on, that would be 3 of the spaces right there. So I'm just picturing folks trying to find odd corners to park in, which is then going to make it even more complicated for a vehicle to get down to the end and turn around, assuming they can, that it's folks aren't guest parking down there in the far corner. And granted, that's speculation, but I've just seen it all over. And also, I appreciate, I think Councilmember Nelson was the first one to raise it in our last meeting, but with the snow storage and how that would even then, no pun intended, snowball that same problem. So if we could modify those 2 conditions to include necessitating public use of that secondary access, as opposed to just emergency vehicles, in addition to limitations on where we're going to be storing that snow. I'd be a lot more comfortable with the project. It's just kind of my nightmare scenario here is the anticipation that people are going to be parking across the street and then heading across 86th. And now 86 is the only way in or out of this property. So it's going to be all that much more busy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nelson, you had your hand up earlier. Did you bring it down? Did you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I can jump in, Mayor. Thank you. Again, to echo Councilmember Martin's comments, I appreciate everything that Nick and Kirk and Brian and everyone, apologize if I forgot somebody, did to directly answer the questions. I think it's important to listen to the community and their concerns and hopefully find a way to resolve those concerns or answer those questions that are raised. I do like the idea of making sure that those guest parking spots are available. So the condition about the snow plowing still makes sense to me. I will point out that in addition to that guest parking, I believe each of these townhomes has 4 parking spots, 2 in a garage and 2 outside of it. So each unit has guest parking to a certain extent already added, just as a single family home normally would, with a 2-car garage and a driveway that could fit a couple cars. And then in addition, there are 6 other units there, but for large events, I certainly see that as potentially problematic and want to minimize the issues there. As far as the access on Penn Lake, I think that's probably, in my mind, one of the bigger constraints. And I'll be honest, I'm okay with it being emergency only. I do believe that that can be maintained. That's workable. I know other townhomes have that. I know commercial buildings sometimes have a single way in. Candidly, my own commercial building that my office is in has one way in and one way out. And we get deliveries there, large trucks in there and out of there. It's not exactly easy all the time, but it works. And so if our engineers are comfortable that delivery trucks, private snow removal companies, things like that can operate without that other secondary access point, then I'm going to listen to the experts on that and be comfortable with that as well. So I think at this point, those are the comments I have. Again, I appreciate the work that staff has put into really taking an honest and sincere and hard look at those questions. There were good questions that were raised. So thank you.
Other questions? Comments? Councilmember Coulter.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And I have spent, like a lot of us, I think I've spent a lot of time over the last 2 weeks kind of thinking through this. And I also want to, at the risk of repeating what others have said, I really want to thank staff for the work, the time and the detail that was put into this follow-up information. This was truly really, really helpful for me. And I hope it will be helpful for the broader community. And I hope, like I said, that we can find a way to ensure that folks are getting that kind of detailed information, that they're getting their questions and answered and concerns allayed as best as possible. Because I think, a lot of it really is right there. As you will all doubtless recall, I was ready to oppose the development plans and all of that at our previous meeting on this. And having had time to read over this information, I would say that I have always believed that one of the hallmarks of a good elected official is being able to evaluate new information and reevaluate decisions. And I have done that. And I think I would say with the condition, like Councilmember Martin said, I would very strongly support requiring that the Penn Avenue access be public. That would address many of my concerns. And I think it is different when it's a business as opposed to residents having one way in, one way out. So I would much prefer that. But I think the information that staff has brought forward and the additional work that staff has done has addressed the concerns that I think were fairly expressed by the neighbors and that I shared. So I would be ready to support this.
Councilmember Beloga, I saw your hand up. Was it intentionally brought down, or are we having hands up issues again?
Just trying to find the problem and have discovered it, and it does work. So it was a technical thing rather than a question, but thanks for noticing.
Very good. Councilmember Lohman.
Well, I thought I heard Councilmember Coulter putting forth a motion there. I'm not sure if other folks have been able to comment if they wanted to comment, but I heard the adjustments that were suggested by Patrick, Councilmember Martin, and I'd be willing to move forward with those adjustments to the motion if we wanted to do that and get this moving.
Well, I would certainly entertain a motion and we can continue the discussion. I do want to weigh in that I mentioned at our last meeting I had reservations about this proposal, and I continue to have reservations about this proposal. I believe that this site is appropriate for medium density, and I do think it could work. That's why I voted in favor of the change zoning and the change to the comp plan. But I continue to have concerns about the amount of density on this. I think 15 units on this site is too many, frankly, too many. I know it would be the third most dense townhome development in the city of Bloomington. Frankly, I drove over to both Kennedy Court and Trail East and took a look at them. Those are our two most dense. And it just feels like, to me, those were significantly overbuilt and significantly too dense. And this feels like it would be as well. And I could see supporting something with significantly fewer, maybe even half the number, because again, I think it's a perfect spot for it, considering the transportation options, considering the feeder roads that feed the area. I think it would work, but just not to this density. I've got significant concerns about if we are not able to use Penn Avenue as a right in, right out, not only the traffic for the development itself, but I don't know about the rest of you, but being home for the past 7 months, seeing the number of delivery trucks in the neighborhood and trying to imagine that in a townhome development, I just couldn't imagine the number of UPS or Prime trucks in that area, just making it more difficult. And I do think it would be injurious to the neighborhood. The loss of trees, the dramatic change in the elevation, and to hear it last time that 600 truckloads of dirt would have to be pulled out of there. 600 is a lot of trucks, and and to the talk of a construction management plan. Well, I would hope there'd be a construction management plan, absolutely, and absolutely a designated haul route, and that haul route would be on 86th Street to Penn, and that's where 600 trucks are going to go, or 86th Street over to somewhere else. And I just don't see that in working in any way as in not being a detriment to the neighborhood. And so for that and for a variety of reasons, I can't support this plan. Can certainly support increased density on this site, just not to the level that it's proposed right now. Councilmember Carter, I see your hand up, and then Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do want to start by thanking Mr. Johnson and all the city staff who have been working so hard on this. And I know that there have just been so many challenges, and then questions from residents and concerns, and then questions and concerns from council. And I really think that you've just done a wonderful job doing everything you can to address those concerns and those questions, and also being fair to the developer and just really trying hard to work in partnership with them, as well as all of the other stakeholders involved. So really, truly thank you. I voted like everybody else on council in support of the rezone, because I do think that townhomes and increased density would be appropriate and ideal on this plot of land. But very, very similar to what the mayor said, I have some concerns that just are not going away for me. I do think it's going to be really necessary to have that public access point off Penn, for the similar reasons. I mean, delivery trucks, garbage trucks, repair men, or people, I should say. I just think that having that one access point is going to be really challenging for that neighborhood. And then also, I do have I have concerns with the density. I just feel like it is a lot of townhomes on this land. And then I don't know if others have this concern, but I do think, that $400,000 price point is pretty high. And I kind of worry about that price point, and just kind of the, considering our median family value home in Bloomington is not that high. I just get concerned with that price point too. So with that, I'm not going to repeat some of the other concerns, but I am not going to be supporting this proposal moving forward tonight. I've really, really tried hard to get on board with it, but I still have those lingering concerns, and so that's how I will be voting tonight.
Councilmember Lohman?
So Councilmember Martin, I want to be sure about the adjustment that you wanted to see with this. So if there's a way that you could tell us what the change that you wanted to have so that we could have that in this particular motion.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Mayor, forgive me, I don't have the exact wording up in front of me, but I think staff did a good job putting up some sample language. But it boiled down to the modified condition of approval on guaranteeing, there it is, public use for that secondary access, and then as well as the condition necessitating not using the guest parking spaces for snow storage.
All right, so if that's the condition, and just wanted to check back with Councilmember Coulter, those were the two that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that being said, then we could go ahead and move forward then with this. I'll go ahead and defer to Councilmember Beloga here, or sorry, Mayor, I'll defer it back to you here. It looks like Councilmember Beloga wants to say something. More than willing to move it, but certainly if Beloga wants to move it, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Beloga?
Well, I just have a concern that what we're doing is putting the developer into a very difficult position with the alternative condition. So that if they want to develop it and Hennepin County says no, then they have to sue for gaining that access. And that just seems to me to be problematic. And I would, again, favor the current recommended condition for condition number 7, because it gives us the same opportunities. It just doesn't create this nuclear event. So I'd love to hear others comment on that.
Other thoughts on that with condition 7? I think it's been expressed both ways, whether or not to approval of the access must be obtained prior to site disturbance, or the development must include access to Penn Avenue South available for public use. Thoughts or discussion on this? Councilmember Martin?
Thank you. Yeah, I understand that creates additional hurdles on the development side. I guess I just can't support the project at all if that public use isn't there. So I'm seeing this as a way to try and get me to yes, but I do understand that complicates things on the back end.
Others? So Councilmember Lohman, you were moving toward a motion, and I would guess then I would leave it to you in terms of how you would want to phrase that motion.
Sure. So just a question of our Melissa Manderscheid. There's or even the city manager or mayor, The threshold for this is 5 votes, or is it 6?
Simple majority.
I believe, council member, this is simple majority. I think when we were talking earlier about the 5 votes, I believe that was for changing of the comp plan. But for this is simple majority, so we would need 4 votes to move forward.
Okay. So
Confirm. 4 votes for both of these motions. Simple
Thank you, Ms.
majority.
Vandersheide.
All right. Well, that being said-
Just a real quick question, I believe, from Councilmember Nelson. I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Lohman, but Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question to Councilmember Beloga's point, but slightly different. It seems like the safety concern is related to the access at Penn Avenue and not as much to the one on 86th. And would having that be emergency access potentially be safer? Because it would obviously encourage or require all of that public entrance and exit to be on 86th Avenue. I guess probably a question for Mr. Roberts, if he's still available to address that question.
Ms. Wilson, is Mr. Roberts available?
He is.
There he is. Stand by.
Councilmember Nelson, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, can you restate your question a little more specifically?
Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah. Is there any benefit to encouraging public to use 86 to get in and out of this development, as opposed to, I mean, I know the safety concerns have been raised about the Penn Avenue entrance and exit. So would there be benefit to us encouraging that to be the only or primary entrance and exit for the public?
Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, the site will work adequately with 86th Street being the only access. It is better to have 2 accesses. As in terms of the safety, would Penn be less safe than 86th? I don't have a way to quantify that. I think if both accesses meet the site distance requirements, they would both work well from a safety perspective. And so I can't make a prediction on which one would have more crashes. Penn Avenue is a higher volume arterial roadway. And so you do have, more opportunity there just by probabilities of having a crash. But I can't say that there's a benefit to limiting access to 86th Street over Penn Avenue. The site, as Mr. Johnson talked about earlier, would be served well by multiple access points.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
So now, Councilmember Lohman, I believe we've got answered all questions answered. I'll come back to you one more time, unless I interrupt you one more time, and I'll apologize in advance if I do. But would you like to make a motion on this?
Yes, I'll go ahead and make it. In this case, PL 2020-133, having been able to make the required findings, I move to approve a preliminary and final development plans for 15-unit townhome development located at 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South, subject to the conditions and code requirements attached to the staff memorandum dated October 19, 2020, with the alternative condition for number 7.
And if you could, Councilmember, do you have it in front of you? Can you read that into the record, or would you like me to? I just want to make sure that we have that official.
Be happy to go ahead and read that. And that is, the development must include access to Penn Avenue South available for public use as approved by the city engineer and fire marshal. Approval for the access must be obtained from Hennepin County prior to the site disturbance or development activity.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Coulter.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Coulter to approve the preliminary and final development plan with the amendment to condition 7 as stated. Is everyone clear on what we're voting on? Mr. Johnson, I believe, has a question or a comment. Mr. Johnson. You are muted, Mr. Johnson. We're only 7 months in. I know, I do the same thing. It's
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your grace. The only clarification I was seeking is that there seemed to be general agreement or discussion around the addition of a additional condition for snow storage. I just wanted to, before that potentially got lost, I just wanted to see clarification on that. Limiting, restricting snow storage in guest parking spaces.
I'm glad you made that clarification. I assume that was a part of the stuff that was on the memo that was included, or was that not included on that memo? Aha, okay. So then, if the seconder would be okay with me adding that back in there, I just assumed that was part of that those conditions.
Mayor, could we get a clarification on exactly what it is that those conditions include with regard to snow storage?
Councilmember Lohman, can you clarify specifically? Is it as simple as being, and tell me if this works, Ms. Manderscheid, a prohibition against snow storage in parking stalls? So as we see here, maybe to even state it as a minimum of 6 guest parking stalls must be available and maintained at all times. Guest parking spaces may not be utilized for snow storage.
That's what I mean.
So to clarify, to amend your motion to include that as an additional condition, which would require a seconder, Councilmember Coulter, to agree to the same.
I do.
Ms. Manderscheid, are we on the up and up? Very good.
Yes, that will work. I'll work with Nick, and Denise and I will work with Nick to get this language from his PowerPoint slides into the text of the motion.
Thank you. Council, additional, I see a thumbs up from Mr. Johnson. It seems we've got it. He's good. Council, do we have additional discussion on this? We have a motion and a second and a couple of additional conditions that we have discussed. As long as everybody's clear on what we're talking about here, any additional questions? Councilmember Nelson, your hand is up, but I think it's an old hand. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Sorry.
Not a problem. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
No.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
No. Motion carries 5-2 with Carter and Bussey opposing. And so we have approval of item 8.2. Thank you, staff. As everyone has said, that was a lot of work to begin with and a lot of follow-up work and good follow-up work. And thank you so very much for the information you provided. Thanks to the public for your input, and thanks to Mr. Furlong and his development group for bringing that forward. And we will be moving forward on item 8.2.
Mayor?
Mayor, we still have a plat to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Look at me just
Second one,
rushing
too.
through everything. My apologies. Councilmember Lohman.
All right, here we go. I'll go ahead and move in the case of PL 2020-133. Having been able to make the required findings, I move to approve the preliminary plat and adopt the resolution approving the final plat of Penn Lake City Homes, creating 15 townhomes lots and 1 common lot located at 8525 and 8545 Penn Avenue South, subject to the specific plat conditions listed in the resolution.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve the preliminary plat and a resolution approving the final plat. Council, further discussion? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Councilmember Beloga, sorry I didn't hear you if you responded.
Aye.
Thank you. Carter?
No.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
No. Motion carries 5-2 with Carter and Bussey opposing. So now the whole speech that I gave there, that you could have cut me off on that. You didn't have to let me ramble on. We could have moved right on, but I appreciate that. So with that, we will move on to item 8.3 on our agenda, which is a public hearing. Contingent ordinance amendments related to organized collection ballot questions 1 and 2. And we got a few folks joining us today. Laura Hornet from Public Works and Maureen O'Brien from Legal will be helping us out with this. Good evening to both and welcome.
There we go. Now I'm not muted. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. So Maureen O'Brien, Assistant City Attorney, here to present on contingent ordinances related to solid waste. As you mentioned, here with me, I have Laura Horner and Ellen Bialis from Public Works, and available for questions at the end, I believe Melissa Manderscheid, City Attorney, and Public Works Director Carl Keel will be available. So I want to begin just with a little bit of background. Why are we here, right? So as you know, Bloomington households currently have city organized solid waste collection, and they have since 2016. Well. I'm sorry?
One more step, but.
Hello?
I'm sorry.
The rules about that, I'm not sure. Maybe.
The lines need to be muted.
Could you mute everyone's lines, and then we'll turn back on just Maureen's line?
There you go. Thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
All right. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. So as we know, Bloomington households currently have city organized solid waste collection, and they have since 2016. Partway through the transition to city organized collection, several residents circulated a petition to amend the city charter to require the city to put the change to the voters as an additional step before moving to organized collection. Now, the issue went through the courts, and in February 2020, so just this year, the Minnesota Supreme Court decided that the resident petition to require a vote before moving to city organized collection was lawful. So that brings us to city questions 1 and 2 related to residential solid waste collection that are on the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. Okay, but you might be wondering, why are we here today, right? We're discussing things that might or might not go into effect based on the outcome of the November 3rd, 2020 election, and today is October 19th. So the challenge is that the charter amendments proposed in city questions 1 and 2 would be effective 30 days from the vote. So that's a short window. In order to ensure that all of the required deadlines are met within the time from the canvassing of the vote, right, the time we actually know the result, until the effective date of the possible charter amendments on December 3rd, 2020, we're bringing forward contingent ordinances. So these are ordinances that would only go into effect depending on the outcome of the votes on the ballot questions. This is written into the effective dates of each of the ordinances that we will be discussing today. So we're presenting 2 ordinances to address the different possible outcomes of the vote in November. Ordinance A, which I'll discuss in more detail in just a moment, would only be effective if 51% of the votes cast on city question 1 and 2 are in favor of adoption. In other words, this would be a yes result. Ordinance B would only be effective if 51% of the votes cast on city question 1 are in favor of adoption, but less than 51% of the votes cast on city question 2 are in favor of adoption. So in other words, a yes/no result. And then if less than 51% of the votes cast on city question 1 are in favor of adoption, neither ordinance shall go into effect. So I tend to think visually, so here's kind of a diagram of what I'm talking about. So if you remember, city question 1 asks essentially whether the city charter should be amended to require a vote before moving to organized solid waste collection. City question 2 asks, if question 1 passes, should the charter be amended to prohibit the council entering into a contract for residential solid waste collection? So in a way, question 1 is, should there be a vote? And question 2 is, if yes, what is your vote? So if the result is a yes, yes here, right? So the question 1 is yes and question 2 is yes. The charter will be amended, organized collection rejected, and ordinance A would automatically go into effect in that scenario on December 3rd. If the result of the vote is a yes on question 1, but a no on question 2, then the charter would be amended, but organized collection approved. And so ordinance B would go into effect automatically on December 3rd. Now, if the vote on question 1 is no, then that first question is no, then the charter would not be amended. Organized collection would continue as is. Neither ordinance would go into effect in that scenario. Now, if you remember, question 2 begins with the phrase, if city question 1 passes, should the charter also be amended? So it's contingent on the result of question 1, which is why we have this second part in parentheses. Okay, so a little bit of specifics. Let's talk about ordinance A. This would be the ordinance that would come into effect as a result of a yes, yes vote. These would be changes required to conform the city code to the charter amendment that would be adopted as a result of that yes, yes vote. Some of the examples of things that are in that ordinance would be removing solid waste utility fees, including curbside cleanup, removing hauling districts, and removing the duties of residential dwelling units specific to city organized collection program. Those are just a few examples. And another thing that this ordinance A does is incorporate a requirement that we have from Hennepin County that solid waste haulers began to offer organics recycling as of January 1, 2022. So ordinance B, this would be the one that would come into effect as the result of a yes, no. So ultimately, the result would be that nothing changes in the code, but this ordinance, ordinance B, would be needed in the case of a yes, no vote because city question 1 amends the charter and it supersedes existing ordinances related to solid waste. So this ordinance would readopt those superseded provisions and make a few minor changes for clarity. For example, one of the phrases said, you must obtain a Bloomington license. We were clarifying that to say it must be a license from the city of Bloomington. And then again, if city question 1 is not approved, neither ordinance goes into effect. So that's the sort of legal summary. I'm going to turn it to Public Works now to discuss the timeline and some of the practicalities in more detail.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Laura Horner with City Bloomington Public Works. So to begin with, we want to review the timeline for the possible transition to open hauling if voters do decide to end city organized collection. So the charter amendment would go into effect 30 days after the election, and this would be Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. And operationally, in accordance with that charter amendment, this would mean that the last week of recycling collection would be Monday, November 16th through Friday, November 20th. And the last week of garbage collection would be Monday, November 23rd through Saturday, November 28th. With Thursday and Friday collections of that week delayed one day due to the Thanksgiving holiday. So with that timeline in mind, there are roughly 22,000 households with city garbage and recycling service. These households will need to arrange service with a private hauler on their own to begin the week of November 30th. For all residents with that city solid waste service, to make this change to a private hauler in that 30-day timeline may result in some disruption of services for residents. And we wanted to share some information with you tonight related to what we might expect during that transition period, as we anticipate that council and staff would receive a high volume of communication and questions related to this big change. So to begin with, private haulers' phone and customer service lines will likely experience a high volume of calls. In order for those 22,000 households to arrange service and or to cancel service, haulers would need to handle approximately 1,000 phone calls a day. National haulers might be able to handle this volume of calls through call centers. However, other haulers may struggle to accommodate a large volume of calls coming in each day, which might require residents to make multiple calls in order to reach any hauler. Haulers will need to reroute in a short timeline, which could result in missed pickups for residents or general confusion among both residents and drivers. Because haulers will be adding and removing customers in an uncoordinated manner, those pickup locations could be changing daily. And in addition, the city would no longer be able to set the day of the week for routes. So there may be multiple hauler routes within the same area, multiple days of the week. The process of changing carts will be difficult to coordinate. Typically, cart changeouts in an organized system with organized routes could take several weeks. And prior to the cart changeouts, haulers typically order carts in advance, which could take several weeks to arrive. So for the cart swap to occur, the resident and the hauler need to coordinate a specific date for the removal and delivery of the carts. And if that connection isn't made as planned, the cart swap could be delayed, resulting in households having potentially extra carts at their home, or households not having carts for a period of time and not having service. Communications to residents will need to be read and acted on very quickly after the election. Staff are preparing contingent communication pieces for immediate distribution following the election. But despite best efforts, residents might not read or take the requested steps necessary to arrange their own service, which could result in service delays or periods of times when, again, residents might not have their garbage and recycling picked up. And lastly, residents will receive final garbage and recycling charges from the city on their utility bill up to 2 months after that last week of service with the city. And this is due to the city's billing system where the city bills in arrears. So some residents might experience confusion as to why they're receiving a bill from the city and their new hauler at the same time. So we wanted to make you aware of these logistical challenges because the operational transition during those 30 days will largely be outside of city control. The haulers will also have limited ability to coordinate with each other related to antitrust concerns. Residents will need to arrange for private service directly with haulers on their own. The city has requested that the private haulers prepare in advance as much as possible prior to the election and made suggestions to the haulers for their communications to customers to aid in a smoother transition. As I mentioned earlier, staff have prepared contingent communications in the event voters do decide to end city organized collection. Some of these communications include briefing articles, a direct mail piece that would be mailed to all residents after the election, training for staff answering city phones, contact information for licensed haulers, and FAQs on the city's website and at Civic Plaza Info Desk. City social media posts will be made and city press releases. And information will be available in Spanish, Somali, and Vietnamese in an effort to reach non-English speakers regarding the transition. With that communication, we still do anticipate that city staff and elected officials would receive a high volume of calls and emails from residents trying to work their way through this service transition. So we wanted to make you aware of this. And we also do anticipate that service disruptions could occur if residents don't have garbage service set up in time, and this could increase illegal dumping in the city during this period as well. We will, of course, encourage residents to visit the city's website at blm.mn/garbage regularly for updates on information related to the transition. But with that, this kind of concludes our presentation on what communications might be done and what this transition period could look like. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
And I think one thing I should clarify, the conversation about the transition that Laura was talking about, that would only be the scenario under Ordinance A.
Thank you both for that information. Council, questions either on the ordinance side or on the public works side of this issue? questions or comments? I do have one. Ms. Horner, you said that you've been in contact with the haulers regarding some of the preparations that you've advised them to undertake. Any feedback as to whether or not anything has happened from the hauler standpoint in the event that, depending on which way the vote goes 2 weeks from tomorrow?
So the haulers have let us know that, again, due to antitrust concerns, the haulers aren't able to do any coordinating amongst each other to make plans in advance. And so it's been not something that we're able to really understand what plans they're making in advance. But as I did mention, we have communicated with them and let them know all of the areas of concern we have related to the timeline we would be under for the change. And I know that the haulers have concern as well on that short timeline.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Council, any questions? Any conversation on this? And to clarify, that the vote is this is set up that it needs to be, Ms. O'Brien can probably answer this best, the 51% as opposed to 50% plus 1. We need a 51% vote to make this change. Is that correct?
Correct. The language for adoption of this type of charter amendment in, I think it's 410.12 of state statute, is that the number of the votes read it to you, but basically it's 51% of the votes cast on the question are in favor.
Thank you. All right, Council, hearing no questions or seeing no questions, we do have a couple of motions to approve the potential ordinances.
Public hearing.
Excuse me, this is a public hearing. Thank you so very much. This is a public hearing. And with that, I'd like to open the public hearing for this contingent ordinance amendments related to organized collection, ballot questions 1 and 2.
And
Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line looking to talk about this in the public hearing?
Mayor, if I may, before we open the public hearing,
Ms. Manderscheid.
I want to just make it clear to everyone on the phone calling in that this would be a public hearing for both Ordinance A and Ordinance B, if you'd like it to be that way, or you can do 2 separate hearings. Just want to be clear that there are 2 ordinances before you right now.
I think my preference would be to open it up for both Ordinance A and Ordinance B.
Okay.
So we are opening up this public hearing for both Ordinance A and Ordinance B. Those are the ordinance amendments related to organized collection, ballot questions 1 and 2. Ms. Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Donna, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Donna, do we have any callers wishing to speak on agenda item 8.3?
We don't have any participants connected. Please continue.
Thank you.
Seeing no one coming forward for this public hearing, Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Councilmember Lohman.
Second, Martin.
Got a motion by Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Thank you. Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing closes 7-0. And now we can get into the motions specifically to approve the ordinance changes. We've got 4 different motions here. Council, who would like to take it on?
Mayor, while council members are deciding, I just want to again remind the council and the voter, or excuse me, and the anyone listening in tonight, that there is again this contingent effective language that's located at the end of both of these ordinances, as well as in the resolutions regarding summary publication. And those contingencies relate to the specific outcomes of the election, possible outcomes of the election. So for example, there's one on page 398, section 4 effective date. It again spells out the possible outcome of the election that would trigger the effectiveness of either of these ordinances. In the event either or neither of these ordinances are needed after the election, we would return back to this body to rescind these ordinances and remove them from the record because we won't need them. Just to make it crystal clear to the sort of history of these acts that we're undertaking in advance tonight. So I just want to make it crystal clear on the record as well as to those listening. And I certainly would be available for questions, and I know Maureen is as well with regard to the approach that was taken here.
Thank you for that clarification. Council, any questions on that specifically?
No, Mayor, I'm ready to move this if you're ready.
Council, last call on any potential questions or comments? If not, Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'll move to approve Ordinance A contingent ordinance amending chapters 10 and 11 of the City Code to conform with the November 3rd, 2020 state general election related to residential solid waste.
Beloga, second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve Ordinance A, which is a contingent ordinance amending chapters 10 and 11. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman, summary publication.
Mayor, I'll move to approve a resolution for summary publication of contingent ordinance 2. A, pardon me.
Do you have a second?
Martin?
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin for summary publication. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I move to approve Ordinance B, a contingent ordinance amending chapters 10 and 11 of the City Code to conform with the November 3rd, 2020 state general election related to residential solid waste.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Beloga to adopt Ordinance B, a contingent ordinance amending chapters 10 and 11 of the City Code. Hearing no further discussion of the council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Mayor, motion passes 7-0. Councilmember Lohman.
All right. Move to approve resolution for summary publication of contingent ordinance B.
Second.
A motion and a second for summary publication. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Motion carries 7-0. So that we are prepared for all contingencies now after our election day, 2 weeks from tomorrow, and we'll see what happens on that day regarding organized collection in the city of Bloomington. So thanks much for the legal team for the work there to get us ready and, again, prepared for all contingencies and ready to go. So thank you very much, Ms. Horner. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Brien. Appreciate your work on this and appreciate bringing this forward. With that, we will go to item 9 on our agenda, which is our organizational business, and item 9.1, which is the proposed adoption of our racial equity business plan. And with that, I'd like to welcome Faith Jackson, our racial equity coordinator. Good evening, Ms. Jackson, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Thanks for having me here tonight.
Absolutely.
So I am going to share my screen and let me know when you can see my screen.
We see it now.
Perfect. Sounds good. So I am going to share with you a presentation. As you may recall, about 2 months ago, I met with the council and I presented a draft racial equity business plan. I also requested support from the mayor and the council in hosting a series of listening sessions that would help us gather some community feedback on that draft plan. So tonight, what I'll do is I'll present to you the information that was collected, and I'll talk a little bit about how that information was incorporated into the final draft plan that you have before you. So if there aren't any starting questions, I'll jump into the presentation. I'll start by giving you a little bit of a roadmap for what we'll discuss here today. So in this presentation, we'll do a little bit of a recap. We'll talk about the purpose and objective of the racial equity business plan. And then we'll spend some time going into the community feedback and sort of describing what we heard. We'll follow that by outlining the things that we heard and how they were incorporated into the racial equity business plan. So highlighting those modifications and additions. And then I'll take some time and make space for questions, but do feel free to ask questions throughout the presentation. I'll follow that up by just some general information that I think will be helpful for the council in terms of best practices for racial equity leadership. And then I'll be requesting that you formally adopt a racial equity business plan. So with that, I'll get started with the recap portion of the presentation. Here on the screen, we have 2 bullet points that describe the purpose and objective of the racial equity business plan. The thing that's important to remember here is that the racial equity business plan is an evolving document. That means that it's flexible and we're going to be intentional about being responsive to community needs. And so we have the ability to add in things and make changes as we embark on this journey for leading this work. Also, it's important to remember that this builds on those strategic priorities that were adopted by the council. The other thing that I want to remind you of is the focus areas in the racial equity business plan. You see those 4 focus areas highlighted here in the bold text on the screen. So again, with workforce diversity, we're really trying to make sure that we have a workforce composition that reflects the diversity of the community that we serve. With inclusive culture, we want to make sure that all staff feel valued and welcome. With programs and services, we want to make sure that we're having equitable outcomes in the services that we're delivering. And then also in terms of authentic community engagement, really trying to be intentional about engaging the communities who are most affected by racial inequities and injustice in ways that foster both shared learning and understanding and the sharing of power. The other thing that's important to recap here is those frequently asked questions about the racial equity business plan. Some of those here are presented on the screen. I'll draw your attention to the third question here on the screen that talks about, as we work to diversify workforce, how do we ensure that we do not hire less qualified candidates? And so one of the things that I stress that it's important that we try to eliminate these type of questions, right? So they may seem harmless at first, but they're really a sort of a byproduct of these societal myths that the competence and ability of racially diverse groups. And so this notion that in diversifying the workforce, that means that we're going to be lowering the quality of hire is misinformed. And furthermore, the city will not make any hiring decisions based on race. And so I just want to make sure that remind both those who are listening to the presentation and the council of that important note. And so with those reminders out of the way, now I want to focus your attention on really thinking through the community feedback. So I'll start with the process for collecting community feedback. We had several weeks of intensive and intentional community engagement. And the goals going into that process, one, were to center the voices of our BIPOC communities, be intentional about meeting people where they are. So making sure that we had translations available and that the meetings were accessible. And then also we wanted to be really upfront about inviting open and honest feedback. And so critique included in that. We really wanted to create spaces where any and all people who had opinions about the racial equity business plan felt comfortable voicing those opinions. And so to that end, we hosted listening sessions in each council district and also in all city listening session. We also did some intentional meetings with leaders of our local BIPOC community groups. And so working in collaboration with co-ed, we met with some Latino groups, African and Black groups, and then also our faith-based community, and had several sort of one-off meetings with those groups. We also met with some regional leaders, some BIPOC cultural organizations, including the African American Leadership Forum, HASTER, the Hispanic Advocacy Center for Education and Resilience, and also the Coalition of Asian American Leaders. In addition to that, we met with different City of Bloomington advisory boards and commissions, including the Human Rights Commission and also the Public Health Advisory Board. Lastly, we utilized the Let's Talk Bloomington engagement tool to solicit feedback as well. So in doing that, we had a pretty robust participation in the many different groups. One of the things that I'll note here on the screen as I start to talk about who participated in the meetings and what that participation looked like is that we did hear from both our co-ed, our community outreach engagement staff, and others in the city that people were feeling a little bit of Zoom fatigue. And so it was a challenge trying to get people to get involved in these meetings. But we think, for those who did participate, we had very meaningful conversations. And so here on the screen is just some demographic data that speaks to who participated in those meetings. So again, the process lasted for about 2 months. There was a total of 13 meetings, and then about 15 hours of conversation and discussion, and 62 participants. And that's of those people who we counted. We did not sort of track participation at some of the one-off meetings, and so this number isn't inclusive of all of those who participated in that process. Up at the top portion of the screen, you'll see some breakdowns of those racial demographics. About 34% of those people who we collected information from were representative of the BIPOC community, and about 60% identified as white. Also, you see there's a chart here that shows sort of the breakdown of those age demographics, and it was sort of evenly well balanced in terms of who we heard from. What's not reflected here in the age demographics is a meeting that we had after this presentation was already submitted to the council. So late on Friday afternoon, I met with a group of leaders from BART, which is a student-led organization. And so that student-led organization age demographics isn't reflected here in the presentation. And then at the top, the far right top corner of the presentation, you see a bar graph that really speaks to two questions that we asked during each listening session. The first question we asked is, do you believe that the city should be engaged in racial equity work? So they be pursuing fairness and equity and the things that we do. And then we also asked as a follow-up question, should it be a priority? And of those people who participated in this survey, the overwhelming majority of those who participated said that they strongly agreed with those statements, that the city should be engaged in this work and that it should be a priority. We had some folks who said that they agreed, and then a few people who said they were sort of indifferent, neither agreed or disagreed. And so here on the screen, you have a little bit of that context for who participated in the meetings. I want to take time to thank the city staff who were really instrumental in pulling these meetings together. So working closely with Emily Larson in our Community Outreach and Engagement Division and the other staff in co-ed as well, in both coordinating and facilitating these meetings. So thank you to those staff who participated in that process. And now I'll turn your attention to what we actually heard. So the general reactions were that most people were excited for the work. We heard people talk about being proud of the city's commitment to advancing racial equity. We actually had a few people from neighboring cities listen in on some of the listening sessions, and they were hoping to sort of take from or learn from what Bloomington was doing. We did have a few people opposed to plan. And of those who opposed the plan, there was a concern from many that the racial equity business plan suggests that the city would be making hiring decisions based on race. And so, of course, we know that that is not the case, and just want to reiterate that here as well. Some of the common themes that we heard in these listening sessions and meetings with community groups is that as we continue to take feedback on the plan, recognizing that it's an evolving document, they want us to prioritize BIPOC voices in that engagement process. We heard from some people that they didn't know about the listening sessions until the last meeting, or they feel like there were people who needed to be involved in those conversations who were not there. And so staff is committed to being even more intentional and continuing and endeavoring to make sure that we're innovative in our outreach strategies so those people who are most directly impacted by racial disparities have an opportunity to weigh in on the work that we're doing. Other common things were the residents who participated in this process wanted the city to continue to develop trust with those who are most impacted by racial disparities. There was also a request from several people to identify what sort of resources or investments would be needed to implement the work that's described in the racial equity business plan. And then there was a lot of attention about sort of external education and awareness and what does racial equity work look like beyond sort of the things that the city has direct control over. And then also there was suggestions that we also focus on our contracting practices. And so looking into what it looks like to be intentional about investing in those contract practices that would be more inclusive of the communities that we serve. In addition, there were a lot of comments about being intentional about not focusing just on recruitment, but having an equal focus on retention. As you recall, that is a specific focus of the racial equity business plan, but there were a lot of members who participated in the listening sessions who wanted to sort of just fine tune that focus. Also, suggestions to recognize cultural celebrations and holidays that reflect the racial or cultural diversity of all Bloomington residents. Suggestions to add timelines to the racial equity business plan as a way to track progress, and then also just some reporting out and continuous updates. There was a strong desire from people who participate in listening sessions to be able to be tuned in to the racial equity work and sort of get those updates on a regular basis. And then last but not least some qualitative and quantitative evaluation, and then also a request to start now by implementing any immediate changes that we could in order to build community trust. And so now I'll speak a little bit about, having taken in that feedback and thinking about those 15 hours of conversation and discussion, how we modified and made changes to the plan to reflect the information that community provided. So the first thing that you see that's different in the draft that you have before you today is that we've added some introduction and context to the racial equity business plan. So making those frequently asked questions at the forefront of the racial equity business plan, and then also sort of talking about how it came to be, so that if someone is just sort of arriving at the racial equity business plan without having the benefit of some of the previous conversations, they have a little more information about what they're looking at. Also, we went through and added some specific strategies as it relates to inclusive culture, like pathway programs and things of that nature. You may remember in the original meeting, I was intentional about saying that we didn't list all of those strategies because we didn't want to make this as an exhaustive list, but we just sort of highlighted things. But I did go back and add more at the community's request to see some specific things called out there. Also, there was a request to identify resource needs. And so on that front page of the racial equity business plan, you see that there's information about what sort of resources will be needed to implement the racial equity business plan. We talk about sort of the need for program support, so to carry out the work. And then also just acknowledging that as we continue to grow and expand the work, those sort of resource needs may change or develop. And then lastly, we added in suggestions for accountability that came directly from the community. And so those suggestions were progress reports that would report out to the community what we're doing and sort of what progress that we're making. Also timelines, you'll see that there's sort of a star tiered layer that's added to the racial equity business plan that talks about the things that we're doing right now or that we'll be doing very soon, those things that are in the near future, and then those things that will take more time. And then also the accountability that the community asked for was to continue to add racial equity as a core competency in our job descriptions, so that we would be very intentional about making sure that as we onboard people and bring them into the organization, that they're familiar with those strategic priorities that are important to us. And so sort of highlighted that and expanded on that in the racial equity business plan. And so with that, I will stop and take any questions that you may have as it relates to the feedback that we heard from community and or any changes or modifications that you see reflected in the draft before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thanks for the presentation. Council, any questions or comments? I know that, I believe that each of us sat in or were part of a community discussion on the racial equity business plan. So do you have any questions, comments, concerns about what Ms. Jackson has brought forward this evening? Councilmember Lohman.
I just want to say, and really, I know, Mayor, you would probably say this on your own too, so I don't want to step in front of that, but I just want to thank Faith Jackson and really the whole team for their work to try to put these items together and to bring this forward. It's a lot of work and a lot of details that needed to go into this. And so, I want to thank you, Faith Jackson, for your leadership on this particular issue.
Thank you.
Absolutely agree. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, at the risk of being sort of duplicative, I also want to thank you, Faith. And I think what has most impressed me about this process is how intentional it is. I think there was a perception out there that this would be just sort of a feel-good enterprise, that it wouldn't actually mean anything or change anything. And of course, obviously, a lot of that is still to come. But I think what we have seen, particularly as it's developed and has progressed based on the feedback that we've gotten, is that this is a very serious, intentional document that I think if we follow it, if we commit to it in the way that I think we should, that it will lead to substantive change in a really important way. So I just want to thank you for that specifically.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will be brief. I just also want to take a minute to thank Ms. Jackson and all of the staff who worked on organizing these sessions and getting all of this community input. I know the session I was part of had a lot of robust conversation, and I mean, we weren't even able to get through all of the questions because people had so much that they wanted to share and offer. And so, agree with Councilmember Coulter's comments. And I just really appreciate the thoroughness of the plan. The fact that there is accountability built in with the different metrics, but also will be, enhanced with based on the community input. And then I also just want to say that this is a really great example of how we can take a subject area that can be, hard to talk about and complex, right? There's lots of history and so many factors and ways that racism shows up across our systems, and so I just think that your team did such a phenomenal job, and then the fact that we could you took it out into the community, we got all of this input, and we took a really great plan, and it's going to be even better because we engaged our community members, and we did it in a way that was really open and transparent and courageous. And so thank you so much. I have no specific questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So, Ms. Jackson, one of the questions that came up in the community conversation that I was part of, and it came up, was a pretty robust discussion. It kind of feeds right from your the pie chart that you show of participation and the race demographics of the participation, and the fact that it was a majority of the crowd was majority white in the discussion that I was part of, and I'm not sure if that was the case in the other discussions as well. And obviously, you say in your in some of your feedback that we absolutely need to prioritize the BIPOC voices in this engagement process. And you've mentioned specifically a more innovative outreach, but I think it also goes without saying, also somehow the assurance that participation is not only valuable, but it will be acted upon, or there will not be, it's not just an empty conversation, that this is something that is an important conversation, and to involve as many people as possible in this discussion can only make it a better and stronger discussion. There wasn't a question there, but wondering if you comments or reaction to that?
No, I echo your comments, Mayor. I will say one of the things that we heard that in the listening sessions, and the listening sessions were the majority of people who participated were white. I think that's sort of still sort of reflective of the community that we live in. But then also one of the reasons why we were intentional about reaching out to specific community groups, and then also reaching out to those regional groups like ALF and HASTER and CAL, is because we know that that's sort of the tradition in terms of the engagement that we get. And so while the listening sessions did have the majority of white participants, we were intentional about seeking out people where they are. And we will continue to be intentional about really amplifying the voices of our BIPOC community members in this work.
Council, additional questions or comments?
Mayor, if there's nothing else, I'm ready to make a motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move to adopt the Racial Equity Business Plan as attached, which outlines the goals, strategies, resource needs, and performance and accountability measures that will guide the city's internal racial equity work.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the Racial Equity Business Plan as attached. Seeing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Just to add my thanks and appreciation and thoughts of gratitude for the work that's gone into this, the thoughtful work that has gone into this in a very quick time period. Ms. Jackson, you've done an outstanding job with it. I really do appreciate it. Also appreciate the work from the rest of the co-ed team that facilitated the listening sessions and brought the team along, or brought the groups along to a good and strong discussion throughout it all. So well done, and looking forward to the next steps as we begin to put this business plan into place. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have one more slide in the presentation. If you don't mind,
please
spending about a few minutes there. One, congratulations to the city of Bloomington for adopting the Racial Equity Business Plan. I'm really excited about the work that we're going to be doing in the next few months. And to that end, I want to take some time just to highlight some best practices and things to think about as we start to be leaders of racial equity work in the city. So one of the things that I'll encourage you to do is be prepared to define the city's commitment to racial equity. And this is something that I often talk to members of our executive leadership team about, our supervisors and things of that nature. And that's because as leaders in the city, people look to us for information. And so I have information that you can use in terms of talking points and definitions and things like that. So I'm more than willing to make that available. And I would encourage you to make yourself familiar with the Racial Equity Business Plan, sort of really understanding what is racial equity, what it isn't, so that if we have conversations or questions come from the community, we're adequately prepared to answer those. I also encourage you to be prepared to listen to opposing perspectives. And I think that this is really important because if we want to make sure that we have buy-in and participation from all people in our city, we really need to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. Now, having said that, we have to be intentional about correcting any sort of mistruths and or being intentional about calling out discrimination and things of that nature, but really sort of creating a space where people can bring forth their perspectives and opinions, even if those are differing from what we have. I also encourage you to show up for community. And so this is one of those things that we heard time and time throughout the listening session, is that particularly for members of our BIPOC community, they really want to see face, right? And so I want to shout out some great work that the co-ed department is doing. They have these monthly meetings with different community leaders. So I encourage you, as you have time, to make yourself available to stop in and sit on some of those meetings and really get to know some of those people who are trying to lead change from a community level or external focus. Also, I encourage you to trust the process. This work is challenging, and it takes time. There isn't like a quick fix. I wish that there was. I wish I had a magic wand that could like change everything, but that doesn't exist, right? And so it's challenging work, and it's work that we have to commit to for the long haul. So I really encourage you to trust the process, right, and be okay with that, and understanding that it will take time, but we can be intentional, and we can also add urgency to that process. Trust the experts, and here this is both in terms of the practitioners, right, who are bringing forth recommendations, but more specifically the community, and really looking at how we can incorporate those things that the community brings forth and sort of move forward on that work. And so as we hear from community members about these are the things that we would like to see done, being intentional about showing up for them in that way. And then, of course, developing partnerships, thinking about how we can work either with different organizations or other city agencies so that we're not having to recreate the wheel here, right? That we can build on best practices and work in collaboration with others. And then also be intentional about continuous reflection. And so I'm super excited for what happened tonight. And I think that here, maybe in the next several months, there'll be an opportunity to start to assess, well, what have we done? What progress have we made? And what things do we need to change, right? And sort of recognizing that that's a part of the process and that it's okay. As we do this work, we want to do it the right way. And reflection and improvement is really important here. Also, I want to be intentional about, I want to be intentional about making sure that the council really understands their unique ability to initiate change. And so this is one thing that I think is really important, because while the racial equity business plan largely focuses on the work of staff, right, to make changes within the city, there is an opportunity in many cases for the council, and you have a unique ability to initiate change. And one of those things, one of those areas is really thinking about sort of boards and commissions, right? The council makes appointments to boards and commissions, and there's a really true opportunity there to look at how we can sort of add to that process to make it more inclusive. And I know that in the upcoming months, staff will be bringing forth some proposals and suggestions for how we can do that. So really just trying to think about what are the things that you as a individual council member can do, and sort of what's your unique ability to initiate change there. And so I will offer these things up to you as things to think about, and of course offer up myself as a resource as we continue to lead this work. And again, just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you for adopting a racial equity business plan, and a thank you to all the members of the City of Bloomington staff who've been a resource up until this point and have made this business plan possible. Okay, so now I'm finished.
Thank you. Thank you much. Council, anything else to add? If not, thanks once again, Faith. Appreciate your work on this.
Awesome. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. Let's move to item 9.2, which is approval of our 2021 Special Revenue Fund budgets and our 2021 Enterprise Fund budgets. Kari Carlson, our budget manager, is going to lead us through this, as she does through all of our budget work. Ms. Wilson is making her available. Here comes Kari. Good evening, Kari, and welcome. Thanks much for your patience, and thanks for sticking with us this late.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I will be presenting 10 of the Special Revenue Fund budgets, as well as one Enterprise Fund budget. And this will be an overview of information that was previously included with the Council's September 25th one weekly communication. And before I jump into the presentation of the 2021 budget request, I wanted to take this opportunity to just quickly respond to a few of the Council's budget questions from last week's Council study meeting. So first one question was in regards to budget reductions for training and travel. The question was asked why there wasn't a reduction for the administration department for training and travel on the Community Budget Advisory Committee's recommendation last week. And the reason is because when departments initially submitted their budgets, there were already many reductions for training and travel that had been made. Departments had already reduced training and travel by nearly $64,000, which included $18,000 for the admin department. The committee is proposing an additional $127,000 of reductions, which would result in a total of $191,000 of reductions for total training and travel compared to the 2020 budget. Another question was asked about analyzing the pavement management program to reduce costs. This slide lists the different funding sources for PMP reconstruction and overlay, such as debt service, assessments, franchise fees, state and local aids, and the utility funds. Engineering is studying the effects of different changes that could be made to the PMP program. And the city engineer, Julie Long, reported that their goal is to have this study done by the November 9th public hearing for the PMP reconstruction, so they can provide data to the council that shows what could happen if mileage is produced or if different changes are made. So that information will be coming to you. And then there was also a question about motor vehicle that I wanted to clarify. This is a slide showing an estimate for the end of this year and the 2021 requested budget. We have a property tax subsidy of $225,000 in the 2021 budget request. And the 2021 budget motor vehicle expenses of around $876,000 do include $136,000 of internal charges from other funds, such as space and occupancy from the facility fund and IT charges from the IT fund. So if those internal charges were to be reallocated to other areas of the city, then the total bottom line savings would only be $88,500. However, the city manager did make the decision that those internal charges would not be reallocated amongst the rest of the city operations if the motor vehicle office is closed. And instead, those internal service funds would need to reduce their budgets accordingly. So therefore, the total savings to the property tax levy if motor vehicle closed would be $225,000. The question was asked, could we do an inter-fund transfer from water fund to the wastewater fund, since the water fund working capital is projected to be much less than the goal that is needed for future asset renewal. And the wastewater fund has a healthy working capital balance. And the answer is yes, that is definitely an option that the council can consider. However, since the water fund still has a positive projected working capital balance and is projected to come back closer to the goal in future years, we would recommend bringing that option to council in a couple of years if necessary, when we have some larger infrastructure capital expenditures planned. And the last point I wanted to clarify has to do with staffing. And I'd like to highlight and just clarify some of the employee impacts of the initial budget scenarios that were presented to the council by the budget committee co-chairs last week. So just taking a step back, in the initial 2021 budget request, there are already 6 full-time positions that have been eliminated that had previously been approved in the 2020 budget. So 3 of those positions were unfilled positions that were eliminated. And one was a maintenance position in the ice garden, one was an IT analyst position, and one was a planner position. Then there were 3 employee layoffs that occurred this year as a result of the fleet service assessment. Then, in addition to those eliminated positions, the budget committee has included staffing reductions in their 3 different budget scenarios that could result in additional reductions of around 25 positions. So of those staffing reductions proposed by the committee, 9 would result in current employees being laid off. The other proposed position reductions are either currently vacant positions or positions where the employee has given advanced retirement notice and their position will be vacant by the end of the year. So on this screen, this is a slide that was presented last week with the 5% tax levy increase scenario. And I'm just highlighting on here in blue that in this scenario, that's proposing that the motor vehicle office would be closed. That would result in 7 employee layoffs. So 5 full-time and 2 part-time positions would be laid off, along with the elimination of 1 currently vacant position in motor vehicle. And then in the 3% tax levy increase scenario, that would include a layoff of an employee currently in a permit technician position, along with the previously mentioned motor vehicle positions. And then in the 0% increase levy scenario, that would include also a layoff of the employee that's currently in the crime analyst position, along with the motor vehicle positions and the permit technician position. I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware of those clarifications and point out that not all of the proposed position reductions are unfilled positions, that some of them would result in layoffs of current employees. So that was the end of my questions to follow up, or responses to questions to follow up from last week's study meeting. And before I go on to the 2021 budget requests, are there any additional questions?
Council, any questions, answers to the questions? I see Ms. Wilson has a clarification to make.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify the motor vehicle staff numbers. There are 3 part-timers, not 2.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Is it 4 full-time?
No, it's 5 full-time and 3 part-time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Council, any questions or need additional information on anything that Ms. Carlson has brought forward? Hearing none, let's move forward.
Okay. So these are the funds I will be presenting. They consist of 6 police special revenue funds and then 4 other special revenue funds, and then 1 enterprise fund, which is the police contractual overtime fund. And as a reminder, special revenue funds are used for tracking revenue sources that are restricted or committed for specific purposes. So the DWI, Driving While Intoxicated Fund, accumulates proceeds from the sale of vehicles that are seized in DWI arrests. Forfeiture revenue in this fund is split between police and legal after seizure and storage costs are deducted. Police use the forfeited revenue for DWI enforcement, and legal uses the revenue for a portion of the Crime Victim Liaison Program. The remaining costs of legal's Crime Victim Liaison Program are covered by a grant in the general fund. Budgeted forfeiture revenues and interest are $61,000 for the 2021 budget, and the remaining costs of and the budgeted expenditures are just over $69,000. Working capital is budgeted at just over $425,000 for the end of 2021. Are there any questions for the DWI forfeiture budget request?
I see Councilmember Martin with his hand up. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you very much. Just briefly, I'm wondering, in the event if that grant were to go away, would there be anything preventing us from funding the entire crime victim liaison position from this fund, or is that limited to their work that they're doing in this area?
Ms. Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Martin. I might ask City Attorney Melissa Manderscheid to also add in on this. However, if the grant went away, there would be some balance, like in the fund balance, that can maybe help with this while a decision was made of how to continue with that program. Do you have anything to add, City Attorney?
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, members, Councilmember Martin, the state statute that guides the expenditure of proceeds from DWI forfeitures does have some limitations with regard to how the funds are used. It talks about prosecution costs, and so we have interpreted that to be related to DWI enforcement. We can certainly do some additional exploration on that. With regard to the grant, it goes in 5-year cycles, and the grant amount during that 5-year cycle is typically flat. And so we see increasing responsibility on the part of the city to make its portion, while the federal and state aspects of the grant stay flat during those 5-year cycles. So we have done some rough estimating as to how long we thought the fund balance would be able to sustain itself before we applied for additional grant cycles. And we believe we can maintain it for a couple of years based on the existing fund balance. That said, we're also mindful of annual legislation to change the forfeiture laws. And oftentimes those proposals of the legislature will dramatically limit our ability to forfeit or to basically to have those vehicles forfeited to the city. So we want to be mindful of our commitment to the grant obligations, as well as the annual perennial threat of dramatic decreases to the working capital balance each legislative session.
Gotcha. Thank you both very much.
Additional questions regarding the DWI forfeiture fund? Seeing none, let's move on to the Enhanced 911 Fund.
Okay. The Enhanced 911 Fund accounts for funds from an annual grant from the state of Minnesota that must be used for the purchase of 911 communications equipment and maintenance. The revenue budget is just under $112,000 for 2021, which includes the state grant funds and interest. And budget and expenditures are budgeted at just over $82,000 and will be used to offset expenses related to the operation of 911 dispatch. There's also $30,000 budgeted in transfers out to repay the Public Safety and Technology Equipment Fund. This is repaying, there was money that was loaned from the Public Safety and Technology Fund in 2015 and also in 2017 for dispatch consoles that were purchased, and also an upgrade to the Viper dispatch phone system that took place in 2017. Working capital is estimated to be $67,632 at the end of 2021. Are there any questions on the E911 budget?
Council questions on the Enhanced 911 budget? I see none. Let's move on.
Okay. The State Drug Forfeiture Fund accounts for proceeds from assets that are seized in state drug-related arrests. The funds must be spent for law enforcement purposes per Minnesota statute. The revenue projections for state drug forfeitures and interest are budgeted at only $6,000, and proposed expenditures are budgeted at $50,000 as a transfer to the Public Safety and Technology Fund to pay for a portion of body camera data fees. Working capital is projected to be just under $300,000 at the end of 2021. Are there any questions?
Council questions on this fund, the State Drug Forfeiture Fund? I see none.
Okay.
Moving on.
We have two more drug forfeiture funds, and these are federal. So we have the DOJ, Department of Justice, Federal Drug Forfeiture Fund, and this fund accounts for proceeds and assets that are seized in federal DOJ drug-related arrests. The funds must be separately tracked in a separate fund and spent according to the DOJ guidelines. And revenues and expenditures are not included with the city's pooled cash and are kept in a separate bank account that is only for federal DOJ forfeitures. That's also per the DOJ guidelines. And revenue projections for federal DOJ drug forfeitures are budgeted at $30,000, and proposed expenditures are budgeted at $85,000 for police overtime and training. And working capital is projected to be at a little under $228,000 for the end of 21. Any questions on DOJ drug forfeitures?
Council, Federal Drug Forfeiture, Department of Justice Fund. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the Treasury Fund.
Right. Very similar to the DOJ fund. The difference is that this is related to drug-related arrests that involve the Internal Revenue Service in cases of money laundering. And they also have to have a separate fund, separate bank account. And revenues and expenditures revenues are budgeted at zero because these types of drug forfeitures are fairly infrequent. And the $25,000 is for budgeted police overtime related to drug forfeitures. And that would bring the working capital balance to $58,625. Questions on this one?
Council, questions on this one? I see none, so let's move on.
Okay. Just going to note on this next fund for police grants and projects, there is not a budget request. And that is because when the grants are approved, they come individually with a budget request to council. So we don't annually do annual approval of budget, but here's just some of the different activities that come through this fund. Bomb Squad, Community Block Justice Assistant Grants, Auto Theft, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Also donations that come like for National Night Out or the K-9 unit also flow through this fund. And as I said, we are presenting a $0 budget request because both grants, donation revenues, they would all be brought separately to council at the time that the grant is awarded or the donation is received. But it is one of our budgeted funds. We do want to bring it through to council. And if there are multi-year grants that haven't been fully spent, the remaining budget is carried over to the next calendar year. But all of the expenditures in this fund are reimbursed through a grant or a donation. Any questions about this one?
Any questions on the Police Grants and Projects Fund? Seeing none, let's move on to the parks.
Okay, so now we're out of the police special revenue funds, and this is the park grants. So this fund receives approximately $60,000 of lottery in lieu of taxes revenues from the state's Environment and Natural Resources Fund, and a little over $30,000 of legacy revenues from the state's Parks and Trails Fund for operational and maintenance costs associated with the Highland Bush Anderson Lakes Regional Park Reserve. So for just this year, 2020, additional grant revenue of $363,000 from the Hennepin County Save the Summer Grant Agreement funding through the Coronavirus Relief Fund CARES Act are also being accounted for through this fund. And this is just some examples of expenditures that have occurred in the Regional Park Reserve. For example, Normandale Lake band shell repairs, prairie restorations, trail parking lot maintenance are funded by the grant revenue that comes through here. And proposed budget consists of revenues of $95,615 and projected expenditures of just under a little over $120,000. And then a projected working capital balance would be $230,670. You can see in the 2020 estimated column the park, the CARES Act grant money that has come through Hennepin County. Are there any questions on the park grants fund?
Council, questions? I see no hands going up. Moving on to the South Loop Development Fund.
Okay. South Loop Revolving Development Fund accounts for building permit surcharges that are collected for development in the South Loop District, and they are used for planning, engineering, environmental studies, which expedite redevelopment projects within South Loop. So for many years, this fund ran a negative fund balance and borrowed money from the South Loop Capital Fund. And that's not the case currently. The permit surcharge fee revenue is budgeted at $95,000. Interest is budgeted at $2,550. And the charges projected for professional services of $253,000 in both 21 and 22 will be dependent on development activity and also city staffing. There have been times in the past when city staff has been able to do the work on these studies in-house. And there have also been times in the past where the city's hired this out. For 21 and 22, there's a lot of uncertainty related to development, the development pipeline. Both the revenues and expenses in this fund could change based on these factors. So if city staff is able to do some of this work in-house, then these funds will be greatly underspent and available for studies in future years. Are there any questions for the South Loop Revolving Development Fund?
Questions on this one? I see none. Let's move on.
Creative Placemaking Fund. So revenue for creative placemaking is received from an annual transfer from the South Loop Capital Fund and used for building vibrant community through the arts. Here is a list of projects planned for 2021. So some of them include creative wayfinding, focusing on Minnesota Valley National Wildlife Refuge trailheads, a pocket park across from the Convergence sculpture along Lindau. The new fire station number 3, a garden and pocket park. And then also, these are just some of the planned projects for outside the South Loop. This is the proposed budget. So the budgeted transfers in are from the South Loop Capital Fund. And then the expenditures are $629,000. So that would bring down the working capital down to a little over $76,000 for the end of 2021. Are there any questions for the Creative Placemaking Fund?
I see Councilmember Beloga's hand up. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Carrie, the funding says that $510,000 is coming from transfers in. And I think I heard you say that it's all from the South Loop Development Fund. But we have projects that are outside of that, the South Loop Development Fund or the South Loop District, such as the 106th Street. Did you misspeak on that by chance? I'm assuming that the 510 includes the $150,000.
Mr. Mayor and council members, that's
Mr. Verbrugge.
Yep, that's not correct. The as our creative placemaking director indicated in the responses that were provided to council, that money actually doesn't go into the creative placemaking account. It was being managed as part of the project cost, and it wasn't part of the special revenue budget here. So any creative placemaking initiative that happens outside of the South Loop is not charged to the South Loop Development Fund.
Okay, so it doesn't go through there.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. So what is the what's the source of the $35,000 of outside funding for the 86th and Nicollet intersection?
Mr. Mayor and council members, that was money that was identified as part of the Strategic Priorities Fund allocation from the council back in 2018. And as council is aware, that's a special fund that the council has discretion to utilize for projects or initiatives that meet a strategic purpose or a strategic initiative. And that was the source of that funding, Councilmember Beloga.
So it's still earmarked on the strategic initiatives as such?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen one for a bit, so thank you for that explanation. I would request when we have outside funding, it seems like it's coming from other than, outside of the city. So if we could give a different definition of where the source of the funding is, that would be appreciated.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Any additional questions? Hearing none. Any additional questions on this item, Council? If not, let's move on.
All right, up next is the cemetery fund. So it was acquired in 1864 by the Oak Grove Presbyterian Church, and the city is required to keep $325,000 in the working capital balance for perpetual care per state statute. So it's acres times $25,000 per acre. And there's preferred pricing or less expensive pricing is available for those who are eligible. All of our sales have been preferred pricing in recent years, meaning they have met those eligibility requirements. Non-preferred prices are 50% more than preferred prices. So the eligibility criteria is anyone who has lived in Bloomington for at least 10 years, or their spouse, children, parents, grandparents, or grandchildren. Revenues are budgeted at $189,415, and expenditures are budgeted at $203,687, with a projected working capital of $443,000 at the end of 21. Are there any questions about the cemetery fund budget?
Council, any questions on this? No questions on the cemetery? Let's move on to police contractual overtime.
All right, last one. Okay, so the police contractual overtime or police COT fund is an enterprise fund, which means that it is more of a business type fund where fees or services are charged to outside customers. And the police department provides contractual overtime services to businesses and individuals that hold special events that require additional police services such as security or traffic detail, or just businesses that need some additional support, police support. And the entity that's contracting for the police services is invoiced for the police overtime, wage costs, plus wage-related payroll expenses and overhead. And this is the 2021 budget request. So revenues and expenses budgeted are at $550,000. If less revenue is collected, then that will mean reduced costs for this fund as well. And just to point out, in 2018, it had much larger revenues than average due to demands for increased police presence with the Super Bowl. But that the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely reduced requests for COT, and that's also being reflected in this 2021 budget request. But any remaining balance represents administrative costs to provide the service, and then it's at the end of the year transferred to the general fund, which is what that transfer out is. Are there any questions for police COT budget?
Questions on this one, Council? It is interesting to see the fluctuations based on big events in the cities as opposed to a time when everything's been shut down for a significant amount of time.
Yes.
Council, anything else? Hearing none, let's move on.
I just wanted to just quickly say we will be back on November 23rd that's when the public hearing is scheduled for the utility rates and the utility fund budgets. Also, November 23rd is when we'll be bringing some internal service fund budgets as well. And then we'll be looking at the general fund budget on November 16th study meeting, and that the truth and taxation public hearing is scheduled for December 7th. So gone over those before, but just to bring those up again, they're coming up. And other than that, we have some slides here with some resolutions for approving budgets.
Council, any questions or comments or anything to bring up on any of the special revenue funds or the enterprise fund budgets that we looked at today? If not, I would look for a couple of different motions.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and offer a motion to adopt a resolution adopting the 2021 Special Revenue Fund budgets, Park Grant Fund 2150, South Loop Revolving Development Fund 2300, Creative Placemaking Fund 2350, Cemetery Fund 2600, DWI Forfeiture Fund 2700, Enhanced 911 Fund 2710, State Drug Forfeiture Fund 2720, Federal Department of Justice Drug Forfeiture Fund 2725, and Federal Treasury Drug Forfeiture Fund 2726, and Police Grant and Special Projects Fund 2730.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the 2021 Special Revenue Fund budgets as stated. Hearing no further discussion by council, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And we have one other motion for our single 2021 enterprise fund budget that we discussed this evening.
Mayor, I'll move to adopt a resolution adopting the 2021 Enterprise Fund budget, Police Contractual Overtime Services Fund 6700.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the 2021 Enterprise Fund budget as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Carlson, for getting us through those budgets. It seems like all budgets all the time now. We always see at the meetings as we get to this time of year, and we appreciate the time and effort that you and the rest of your staff put into pulling all of these together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night. With that, we'll move to item 9.3, which is a city council presentation on crime. At our October 12th study meeting, we brought up, I think a couple of different folks brought up the subject of crime in the city and the topic of what was happening and exactly trying to get our hands around the statistics and the facts and the details as to what we're facing here. And so Police Chief Jeff Potts is joining us this evening to give us a quick overview and a rundown of some statistics and information. Chief Potts, good evening and welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking with us tonight.
Well, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for having me, Mayor and Council. This has been a topic of interest around the community as of late, and so just appreciate the opportunity to be here with you tonight. I'm going to share my screen and show you a slideshow at the same time as I'm talking here. So first, I'm going to start with, as I mentioned, this has been a topic of a lot of interest in town. There's information on social media that's being pushed out. There's definitely been several news stories, and this is a chart that shows you kind of a up-to-date where we're at on Part 1 crime. So I'm going to show you two slides relative to our crime statistics year-to-date, Part 1 and Part 2.
Chief, can I interrupt for 1 second? Just because I know there's a lot of details and numbers with the slides you've got here. If you could push this into presentation mode, it would help, I think, especially folks at home.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. I think it just would help for folks to be able to read it a little bit better.
All right. Is that a little easier to see, Mayor?
Not yet. I think If you go down to the lower bottom line, the red bottom line, right there is where you're looking to do. Perfect.
Let's see. Keep trying here. Something on my. We're getting.
Ms. Wilson, are you able to help at all?
Jeff, if you go to your banner across the top and click on slideshow, it's kind of in the middle of the upper left.
On my
going
banner.
there. See a file home.
Yeah, there we go.
Slideshow from beginning.
It's showing it on every monitor except the one I'm sharing. So I have to figure out a way to unshare.
That's fine. We can muddle through, I guess, and we'll do our best with this.
Okay, if I try and increase it a little bit here. All right, I will, as I'm talking here, try to figure out how to switch the screen I'm sharing to another one. But as I mentioned, this is our Part 1 crime stats, Mayor and Council, year to date. This is why I think there's concern in the community that we consider Part 1 to be a serious crime. And while on the lower right, it shows a decrease of 16%. There are some areas where we have some increases. Homicide, our year to date last year was 2 at this time. Now our annual average is 1. So we have seen an increase. Those 5 cases, I will note, are cases that we have cleared. There's an asterisk there because there's an additional case that statistically has been reported as a homicide, although it was a attempted homicide. It's not actually a homicide, but from a statewide reporting requirement, that is would be a 6 according to the state and the BCA. And so, as you can see, the top 5 categories, there are some increases: vehicle theft, aggravated assault, criminal sexual conduct, burglary. Those categories are up, and then the lower categories are down. Now, this is year to date. This doesn't mean that we're going to end the year with these percentages. However, at this particular point in time, we have had increases in those categories, in those crime categories. And again, I think that's why we're hearing more from the community, because those are some of the more serious crimes. Certainly when one of those happens in your neighborhood, it creates fear, understandably so. I'm going to move on to our next slide, and that is Part 2 crime. This is a list of the other categories that we track. They call it's lesser in terms of seriousness. However, when you're the victim of one of these crimes, it's still a very big deal to you. Again, the positive news in this particular side is we are at a decrease. Overall Part 2 crime decrease at this particular point in time is 26%. However, some of the categories on here you'll see similar to the Part 1 crime, there are some categories where we have increases. So that is a concern. Although there are, I'm going to go real quickly back. Part of what drives our overall numbers in Part 1 crime is this category of theft, and that is down 24%. That's largely the reason for the overall reduction, or 16% reduction year to date. That we think is largely due to many of the retail centers in Bloomington were closed for several weeks at the beginning of the pandemic, most of which have reopened, but those are obviously down, mostly related to the pandemic and the fact that they were closed. And some of those same factors are in play in the Part 2 crime. There was significantly reduced forgeries, fraud calls during the pandemic, and so you see those numbers are down as well. Now, next, I'm going to stop sharing my screen just for a second here and go back, and hopefully I can pick a screen where my computer will allow me to go into the proper mode. Just stick with me just for a second here. Are you seeing my slides right now, Mayor?
No, we are not.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that is not working very well. So we will go back to what we were doing. All right. Okay, we're on this screen here. I'm going to do a demonstration. You might ask, where were those crimes occurring? The part 1, part 2 crimes. And in the Bloomington website, now this link, of course, isn't going to work because I'm unable to. So we're having a technical glitch here. So I'm gonna skip this part. On our website, there is a tab on the Bloomington Police page called the Community Crime Map. Residents, members of the council, you can easily go to the Bloomington Police website. You can look at the Community Crime Map, and you can search by category specifically and by date range, and you can see exactly where those crimes that I just showed you on the part 1 and part 2 by category are occurring. There's also a feature called Analytics Layer, and in the Analytics layer of the website, you can click on the button that says Analytics, and it will show you where those crimes, if there's a cluster or if there's concentrations. It's actually displayed by a heat map. So the Bloomington, you can go to the City of Bloomington website, click on the police department, look for Community Crime Map. It's fairly prominently displayed in the menu options, and you will see it's very user friendly, and you can see exactly where those crimes are occurring, and you can use the analytics layer to see if there's clusters or concentrations of crime either in your neighborhood or in a particular area of town. Again, it will show different colors, red being an area where there's a clustering of crime. Now I'm going to go to our next area that there has been concern or questions about, and that has been calls for service at hotels. And on this slide, what you're going to see is 6 hotels that we have been tracking. These hotels, some of which have contracts with Hennepin County and some do not. However, they are locations where there have been nonprofit organizations renting blocks of rooms and using them as as homeless shelters or places to shelter the homeless. And then there's also a couple hotels that have just had extremely low room rates. And because of that, during the pandemic, what we've seen is people have begun living there at a reduced rate compared to what their normal rates are. And so on the far left is the Comfort Inn. That one has had 606 calls so far year to date. That is a 309% increase over where they were last year at 148 calls. That's a hotel that has been used by a couple nonprofits to shelter homeless. It's not a hotel that is currently being contracted by Hennepin County. The Days Inn, another hotel that initially at the very beginning of the pandemic, there was a contract with Hennepin County. I don't believe that's in place any longer. However, they have had an increased number of calls. The next 2 hotels are currently contracted by Hennepin County to shelter various populations, most of which are elderly or people with underlying health conditions. So the Holiday Inn Airport, which is at 1201 94th Street, and the Holiday Inn Express at 7770 Johnson. Both of those are currently being contracted by Hennepin County. You can see what their call numbers are. I will note that at those particular locations, is we analyzed the call data that at the Holiday Inn Airport, the Holiday Inn Central, the first one listed there, I call it the Holiday Inn Central, but it is technically the Holiday Inn Airport. About 50 to 60% of those calls for service on a monthly basis are medical calls. And at the Holiday Inn Express, about 40 to 50% of those calls are medical calls. So not to say that those don't involve resources, however, they're not calls for domestics or disturbances or unwanted individuals, which tend to be a larger percentage of the calls at the Comfort Inn, as well as the La Quinta Super and the Super 8. Just want to point that out. And then so you'll see the La Quinta, the Super 8 are also listed on there. The Super 8 does currently have some contracts with nonprofit organizations to shelter various homeless populations. And the La Quinta has just had a very low room rate. And in fact, folks were living there. Some folks were living there during some parts of the pandemic, and that is what you're seeing in terms of a call rate at the La Quinta. This next slide will show you what is the monthly call for service numbers at these locations. In just to kind of illustrate the kind of the beginning of the situation, January and February, we consider those to be kind of the normal call rate for those hotels at that time. In March and April, things are just getting started. And then May through September, and this chart shows a partial month of October, the increases at the Holiday Inn Airport, Holiday Inn Express have kind of leveled off. That means the increases have slowed. We're still struggling a bit to get our hands around the Comfort Inn in terms of how to slow the increases, or to actually try to see some decreases in the police calls at the Comfort Inn. I'll get into some strategies that we're implementing at the Comfort Inn here in just a minute. And it also shows you kind of where we're at on a month-to-month basis for police calls at the La Quinta and the Super 8. All right, next I will get into the strategies that we're using. Sorry about that. Trying to maximize it just a little bit here. For some reason, again, I can't share it properly. Okay, so the strategies to address both the crime increases and what we're seeing in terms of call for service increases. We have developed some new kind of strategies internally here within the police department, but also partnering with other departments here at the city. So we are now weekly. We have been doing this for the last several months, but we are having weekly command staff meetings to analyze the data, both again the crime number or crime for service, calls for service data, and the crime statistics. Both of those are agenda items for weekly command staff to look at. We have developed detailed operational plans for some of these areas, and I'll get into the area 2 in particular here in just a minute. We'll start with the American Boulevard corridor. This is an area that we have seen. You just saw the call for service numbers on the screen. And we have internally started to meet with multiple departments within the city. So we have community development, environmental health, legal, and the police department staff from various departments within the police department meeting to discuss how can we see some positive progress in terms of the calls for service increases along American Boulevard in the area immediately closest to the Comfort Inn. And so the crime prevention unit does a lot of the work that we've been kind of looking at here in the police department. Erica Brown, one of our officers in crime prevention, has set up weekly meetings with management from the hotel, management from the nonprofit organizations who are operating out of the Comfort Inn, as well as other hotels in the immediate area. We have developed some patrol strategies. Our patrol officers are doing considerably more directed patrols in that area, try to monitor what's going on. They are monitoring the parking lots and the nearby businesses where we have had an increase in calls as well. We are asking our investigative division to pay particular attention to the crime reports that are coming out of that area. We have deployed trailers, portable camera trailers. These serve in 2 real capacities. One is they're a crime deterrent, but also they help us if there is a crime to have some meaningful evidence of the crime. Legal department is offering their assistance in this particular area. We have what's called the nuisance incident notification program or process, and that is looking at individual addresses throughout the city. If they have a spike in police calls, that we begin to analyze those calls. If there are calls that can be handled or should be able to be handled by the business, but they're not implementing proper procedures to do so, the city can assess a fee or fine to the property for the excessive services. And so we have begun that process. It's called the NIN process. The community notifications will kind of go away from now the specific strategies in and around the American Boulevard area, but our other things that we do within the police department when we see increases in either calls for service or crime reports, our crime prevention unit starts to really engage the surrounding neighborhoods, the stakeholders. Katie Zarell works hard to make sure that they're aware of what's going on. Weekly flyers, information are sent out to neighborhoods through Crime Watch or Neighborhood Watch or Business Watch. She also uses social media to put information out to the surrounding neighborhoods. This has worked well. I'll talk about an example in Smith Park here in just a second. But really, crime prevention really does do direct engagement of the affected neighborhoods and businesses. If there's a trend that can be identified through data, our crime prevention unit is immediately trying to figure out how can they engage the neighborhoods, how can they engage the businesses in that particular area. In the area of Smith Park, Councilmember Martin, you might remember back in July or August, you actually asked us some questions about some information that you had heard from some constituents where there was increased police activity, increased calls for service in the Smith Park area. And so we activated this operational plan, very similar to what I talked about in the area of American Boulevard, where we started talking to not constituents, but we started talking to stakeholders. We started analyzing the data. We quickly realized that that particular area had 46 police calls between really early April and July 6th. That was about twice their normal call for service numbers from 2017, 2018, and 2019. And so we had an increase of around 40 or so calls. Katie started working with Park and Rec. We started having our patrol officers do more direct patrols, some similar to what I've talked about on the American Boulevard corridor. We've asked our officers to get out of their squad cars in Smith Park, walk through the park, try to find out what kind of activity. Initially, the reports were there was excessive use of alcohol in the parks and loud music, leading to calls from the neighbors for loud music, garbage and debris being found in the park. We notified Park and Rec, we notified Park Maintenance. We asked them to be a part of this solution as stakeholders. We asked the Park Maintenance folks to call us if they had graffiti on buildings, which they had been noticing, but unfortunately it hadn't been reported until we reached out. And so we started making sure that all of that was documented. We started making sure our police officers were very actively involved in that particular part of the city, doing direct patrols. Katie started sending out flyers to businesses, local residents in those neighborhood watch groups. She immediately went to our neighborhood watch map and found that there were several neighborhoods that were not represented. She was successful in starting a couple new neighborhood watch groups in that area, which gives us another group of local residents that can help us be eyes and ears, report suspicious activity, report calls for report information to us, and hopefully reduce the number of calls for service. And so I'm happy to report that in the Smith Park example that we worked on really from July through August into September, that we have now continued to track that data, but we have significantly decreased the calls for service. And so from July through October, we had 28 calls for service, which was about a 39% decline in what we were seeing in those months earlier this summer when neighbors were noticing an increased amount of traffic and increased police calls in that neighborhood. We activated our neighborhood watch groups, our patrol division. We had investigations help us by deploying the camera trailers into that area and have seen some success and decrease in those calls for service. That's just one example, or I guess two examples if you include the American Boulevard corridor, where when we see increases in calls for service or crime statistics, that we start to become much more proactive. And in most cases, we've seen that successfully resolve the situation. And hopefully in the American Boulevard area, we can see those call for service numbers kind of return to a more normal rate here in the near future. Continued activities to help address increases in crime is we increase community engagement in those areas to have a stronger police presence, try to build positive relationships with the businesses and in the neighborhoods. Actually, when we do that, we see that they're more prone to call in suspicious activity. They're more likely to provide the police officers in those neighborhoods with additional information. And sometimes that's what it takes for us to be able to solve some of those kind of ongoing problems. Increased patrol presence is definitely something that we have been doing in those areas where we're seeing increases in crime reports and the calls for service. Full deployment on those homicides, a lot of those Part 1 crimes. I want to make sure that the community knows that we have a full deployment of our investigative division on those cases. As I mentioned, that all 5 of those homicide cases we have made arrests in, and we are confident that we have brought the person responsible for those into custody. I will also note that from a case clearance standpoint, that for all cities in Hennepin County that are larger than 5,000 residents, that is all the there are a couple smaller cities in far western Hennepin County that this statistic doesn't apply to, but we either have the first or second best clearance rate in Hennepin County for our offenses. So we have a very high clearance rate and a very high solve rate for the crimes that occur in Bloomington. I have to give credit to our investigative division, our crime analyst, and our patrol division for actually providing a lot of assistance in making sure that we can hold those persons responsible for those crimes that they've committed. And then in many cases, you'll see that we deploy technology resources. It won't be uncommon right now to drive down American Boulevard and see 2 or 3 of our portable trailer cameras. But also when I say auto theft suppression, you might have noticed that auto thefts have increased. We have auto theft suppression resources, i.e. bait cars, that we deploy into areas where we are experiencing a high number of auto thefts or increased number of auto thefts. I will also, though, tell the community that over 50% of the vehicles stolen in Bloomington have the keys in them. That is, they're either left running or keys are left in the center console or even in the ignition. Now, that certainly doesn't give someone permission to steal it, but like many crimes in Bloomington, there are crimes of opportunity. And unfortunately, there are folks that look for those opportunities. And auto thefts is an area, stealing items from inside cars, for example, in neighborhoods while parked on the street, at local businesses. We always encourage the community to keep things out of sight, make sure your car is locked. And in homes, making sure that you're not outside in front of your house, that you close your garage door. Certainly when folks are going to bed at night, they close their garage doors because oftentimes those burglaries that you saw on the Part 1 crime chart, as well as some of those theft cases, are cases where folks have just taken an opportunity because a garage door was left open, a car window was left down, or a car was left unlocked. In many cases, those auto thefts keys were left in the ignition. So just one crime prevention tip for the community, that please try to take away the opportunities as much as you can. And most importantly, get to know your neighbors. So if something is going on in your neighborhood that just doesn't fit in, that you will recognize that because you have a pretty good understanding of your neighbors and kind of the normal comings and goings. And please, if you see something that is suspicious, don't hesitate to call 911 so that we can have our officers come out and check it out. Mayor, I apologize for some of the technical issues there with my screen, but that concludes the slide presentation. I will remind the council and the community that if they have questions on our website as well, the community can go to the Bloomington Police Department website, and there's a button that you can ask questions, and we try to produce a video every week where we're answering questions for the community. The videos have a variety of different topics. One of them is actually the crime and call for service increases we're talking about here tonight. But there's several videos on there. But if the community has other questions you'd like us to answer, there's a tab there. Please send us those questions, and we will get the answers out to them as quickly as we can. Now, Mayor and Council, I'll stand for any questions that you all might have.
Well, thank you, Chief Potts. Appreciate it. Appreciate the presentation. Appreciate the information that you're able to provide to us and share with us. Just want to start by saying thank you to you and your entire department. I know the past couple of months have been a challenge. I know that you've been under a lot of stress. You've been putting in a lot of hours, and you've been doing outstanding work. So thank you very much for that. We really do appreciate it on behalf of the council. I'm sure they'll chime in as well, but on behalf of the community as well. Your work is greatly appreciated. So thank you so very much. One of the questions I was going to ask was about your clearance rate, and I'm very glad to hear that you're among the tops in Hennepin County. That's nice to hear that there's the two parts of police work: prevention and then follow up and response. And the response, to see that follow up rate and to clear so many cases, that's outstanding. So thank you very much for that as well. Question I did want to ask you specifically about the nuisance incident notification process. If you could explain that a little bit more, how the steps in the process work, what the penalties are ultimately, and what the ultimate end game of that whole process is and could be, and if there is any way that, if need be, if we need to put more teeth into that to make sure that we have compliance with some expectations of property owners.
Sure. So that program or that process, Mayor, starts with, again, monitoring our data. When we see an address that starts to have an increased number of police calls, that we look at those calls and analyze them for nuisance type calls. Now, that would not include a medical emergency, say a domestic situation. These are calls where they may be disturbances. They may be other calls where the property owner is just simply not in providing the level of oversight or management that they could to eliminate those types of calls. Megan is also on the line, and she can chime in here and answer some specific questions about the fine, the amount in which the city can fine a particular property owner. But this is a system that we use as a tool to try to, again, address problems that are going on in a particular property. And really what we start with, Mayor, is a collaborative approach to try to work with the property owner. That's why I talked about our crime prevention officer, Erica Brown, working so closely with some of our hotel owners to try to identify the issues and try to come up with some solutions. But at the end of the day, we do expect that the property owners takes an active role in trying to solve those problems. And in certain types of calls where the proper management of the property should be able to resolve those. If that is not happening, then we can use the nuisance incident notification to make them aware of it, make the property owner fully aware of what the expectations are, give them an opportunity to react or respond to that. But ultimately, if we are not able to gain compliance in reducing those calls, the city can then assess a fine or a fee. And at this point, I'll let Megan address the specifics of what that fine or fee amount can be.
Megan, are you with us?
Just a minute, I might ever.
Not seeing a icon or a.
Hold on, I think we've found her, standing by. Here she is. Good evening, Megan. Are you with us now?
She's getting Mayor, while Megan's getting organized. Here we go.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. So as the Chief described, the nuisance incident notice process begins with simply the notice that these calls have been coming into the city, that they are within the control of the property owner, and they can mitigate it through different measures. The second process in that notice is an abatement notice. It's explaining exactly what the nature is of the fines that would be potentially assessed against the property. And the third notice is the nuisance service call fee notice. And that's tied directly to the amount of public cost that is associated with the action the city is taking itself. Now, in our more traditional nuisance service call fee issues, that might be ongoing property issues, and those would be around $250. But in this particular situation, that number can fluctuate based upon the actual service and the time that it takes for those officers to respond to those calls. So it can be very targeted to address the associated increase in calls as the number of incidents increases over the course of the police response.
All right.
Does that answer your questions on that?
It does. It's helpful. As I said, I'm wondering if we as a council, if we need to look at either through ordinance or administratively somehow, if we need to put a little more bite in whatever response that might be, but that could be a discussion for another time, and I understand that. I know other council members have questions. I saw Councilmember Beloga's hand up first and early. I have no idea what the order would be following him, so I'm going to let Councilmember Beloga go first and then work my way down the list and let folks in as one by one. So Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Potts, as the mayor has already said, thank you for all the information and more importantly, the good job you and the team in the police force is doing to address the problems that this pandemic is causing. I have sort of an off-topic question, and it's one that I've gotten a couple calls from today and emails, and really the question is how many hotels is Hennepin County using in Bloomington? The reason I ask is that our Hennepin County Commissioner wrote in an email today, it's one. City staff has been talking about the 2 Holiday Inns. And in a recent MinPost article, I believe it was towards the end of last week, the early part of this week, it indicated that there are 3. So there you go. What's the real number?
Chief Potts, any idea how many Hennepin County is actually leasing right now?
Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, I think Heather Worthington is on here, and so you can add more to this, or you can correct me if I'm inaccurate. But from what we understand to be happening right now is that the Hennepin County has contracts with the Holiday Inn Airport, which is at 1201 West 94th Street, and the Holiday Inn Express, which is at 7770 Johnson Avenue. And there are a number of other hotels that have nonprofit organizations that are renting blocks of rooms and are housing various homeless populations. Now, where the confusion comes in is that some of the funding that is being provided to the nonprofit organizations may have some connection to Hennepin County, but as of right now, what we know is the Holiday Inn Airport and the Holiday Inn Express are where 2 locations where Hennepin County has contracts, and that is, as far as I know, that is it. Now, they are also looking at some other locations, but there are also other nonprofit organizations that are renting rooms in Bloomington, and those are the hotels that I talked about a little bit earlier. Super 8, Comfort Inn, possibly even a couple of other hotels.
I see Ms. Worthington is on, but I know that Mr. Verbrugge would like to chime in as well. Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the chief covered it pretty well, and I think the question or the confusion comes down to a beginning of the pandemic and where we are currently. I think that some of the recent reporting that maybe creates the confusion is that one of the hotels where there are social service agencies as providers in there are agencies that have received pre-COVID funding from Hennepin County for social service delivery working with homeless populations. Okay? And I know that the county is looking at providing some security to one of those hotels, even though they're not contracted and managing the hotel. So it's just the 2 Holiday Inns that are contracted by the county. The early in the pandemic question was that there were, to my understanding, 3 hotels, the third one being the Days Inn. And my understanding of what the county intended to do at the beginning was to have the 2 Holiday Inns serve as the shelter for medically fragile, elderly, and particularly vulnerable individuals. The Days Inn was planned to be a quarantine hotel for actually people who had tested positive and needed to be quarantined. So one was a safe shelter, the other was specific for quarantine, and my understanding is they let that third one go relatively early when they realized that they had enough space to manage the quarantine population. So that may be some of the confusion that exists, and I think the chief has diagnosed the more current aspect of it accurately.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will echo the previous council member's sentiments and just say thank you so much, Chief Potts, and thank you to the entire police department, who I know has been working incredibly hard. I mean, obviously, your very thorough presentation shows all the various ways that you're doing all the various things that you're doing to really address some of the more concerning issues that we're dealing with right now. So I guess I am relieved to see that when we look at total Part 1 and Part 2 crimes, that overall we've seen a decrease. But of course, like you mentioned, it's the kind of more concerning crimes that have our neighbors worried. And so I wanted to ask you specifically about the homicides and how many of the 5 homicides are issues related to domestic violence.
Chief Potts.
Mayor and Councilmember Carter, of the 5 homicides that you see on that chart, and actually the asterisk for the 6th, what is an attempted homicide, are situations where the victim was definitely known and had a domestic relationship with the suspect in the homicide. One of those cases is a drug overdose, actually. So that's charged as a 3rd degree manslaughter case. I believe it's manslaughter. But they are charged that way because, well, if we can identify who the supplier of the lethal amount of narcotics that led to the overdose, that can be charged under that statute. So the other 4 are cases where, unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers still to this day go out to all the families of these cases, but are females who were murdered by their domestic partners.
So 4 of the 6 were?
And actually the 5th is also a female, which is an attempted homicide case. That was also a female who was the perpetrator was a domestic partner.
Okay. And I recall that there was 1 homicide in the hotels, but the rest of these are not related to the hotels, correct?
You are correct that one of them was in a hotel. The others are in either homes or in one case it was in a RV that was very close to American Boulevard. That was a place that the couple was staying temporarily.
Okay. And thank you for answering that question. I guess I think that some of the narrative that has been, floating around in the community, people see the homicide number and then they hear about the hotel issue and they put those together and they assume that they're directly related. But I think the common thread is the pandemic probably and the impact that it's having on people's lives, but that for the most part, they're they're not directly connected. And then one last question really quick. When there is a domestic assault or domestic violence issue, how is that categorized? Is that aggravated assault when we're looking at the data?
That's actually calculated under the Part 2 under assault.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not actually a Part 1. Domestic assault is actually not a Part 1, it's a Part 2. In every single domestic assault case, we connect the victim with a local advocate to work on their behalf. We use Cornerstone here in Bloomington, and so we take that very seriously. Domestic assault and domestic abuse. Sadly, those homicides are 5 glaring examples of how serious of an issue that is. And so we make sure that every single victim of a domestic abuse case here in Bloomington is connected with an advocate through Cornerstone. But those are calculated under the level, the Part 2 crime chart that I showed you earlier.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you again, especially for bringing up the example of Smith Park. I think not a lot of residents are necessarily on the front lines of seeing how proactive the department is in these areas. And I think can take a lot of heart that that same effort and that same strategic direction is going into, say, the issues along American Boulevard. So appreciate the work you're doing on both ends of District 4 there. A couple kind of random ones here. I know I've gotten calls, especially from businesses along American Boulevard, that are concerned about what they see as kind of trash strewn around or shopping carts left all over, things like that. How would issues like that be categorized? Is that considered vandalism? Is it a miscellaneous? Where would that appear?
Chief?
Mayor, Councilmember Martin. So if there's damage or other damage to property, then that would be under the damage to property, which is a Part 2 crime. If it's graffiti or other kinds of things, that's also Part 2. But most often, what it is there's some trash and debris along American Boulevard that we are working closely with other departments within the city to try to make sure that that gets cleaned up quickly. But you are right, we have gotten calls and some complaints about that. In some cases, drug paraphernalia that has been found on the sidewalk, but our efforts are to get out there and get it cleaned up as quickly as possible. That does not always result in a crime report being written, though. In a lot of cases, that's garbage and debris that's been disposed of there that we just want to make sure it gets cleaned up as quickly as we can.
Gotcha. And thank you for doing that. I know those business owners have seen that happen as well. Generally speaking, are drug-related overdoses requiring, say, emergency medical assistance, is that coded as a police call? Is that a medical call? Where would that show up in the data?
That would show up as, Mayor, Councilmember Martin, that would show up in the calls for service charts. Now, not in the crime category. If there's a death associated with it, or if there leads to an investigation for the distribution of narcotics, then it could show up in a crime category. But our first and highest priority is on those overdose cases, is we make sure that we get a first responder response there quickly. And we are all of our police responders are carrying Narcan. And so we have had a number of saves through that Narcan. The Alina paramedics also have Narcan. Most often we are there before they are, so we can administer that immediately, get the folks to the hospital as quickly as we can. But it does not always show up as a crime statistic. If there's a workable drug case there, then it may lead to that. But otherwise, it's a medical, and that overdose patient is typically taken to the hospital where they are provided care and treatment.
Okay. And just one real quick one here. I don't want to take too much time. So with that, forgive me, I can't remember what the acronym stood for, but that NIN notification and potential fine process, would those medical issues be able to wrap in as kind of a trigger for that process? And how long is that process usually from beginning to end based on how it appears in code right now?
Chief?
Mayor, Councilmember Martin, I want to be very careful and clear on this. We don't want a NIN process to discourage people from calling the police when there's a medical emergency. And so those are not counted or calculated in seem like a domestic abuse call. It's other kinds of calls that the property owner should be able to develop a plan to reduce those. but not medical emergencies, domestic abuse type calls where it's critically important that we have first responders go there to provide care. And so with that, I think if Megan is still on the line, Megan, can you talk specifically to the types of calls that we are calculating, and maybe even just provide some examples of what those are so that the council can have an idea of what it is that the types of calls that we're trying to see some improvement and some reductions.
Ms. Rogers.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. One of the calls very specifically that we would pursue would be disorderly conduct. And Chief can speak more to the specific facts surrounding those types of incidents. But really what it comes down to is people not treating the hotel and the space as the hotel and the space are intended to be used. And so that might be sort of disruptions in the parking lot, not being outside or creating noise disturbances, after our traditional noise code ends. And so it's violations of that nature that are very much within the property owner's control.
Gotcha. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Lohman, and then Councilmember Coulter and Councilmember Nelson.
Hi, Chief. Mayor's already stated thanks for this presentation. Really appreciate the fact of the data and the strategies that you've shared with us. I think the concern that I keep hearing from folks that are out there is in terms of this crime piece, and I know we talked a little bit about this, Chief, earlier, is that there's a perception issue out there. And when you look at those statistics and those numbers there, we see that we have a decrease on the overall number 1 crimes and the number 2 crimes, but certainly in those categories we see increases. Can you speak to that in terms of, put this in context from, other years, what kind of drives this kind of increase?
Chief Potts.
So, Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, as we chatted a little bit earlier, you are correct that we have an overall reduction. As I mentioned before, the reduction at this point is 16% year to date of our Part 1 crime. That is sadly somewhat overlooked because the increases that we have in some of those serious crime categories like homicide, vehicle theft, aggravated assault, criminal sexual conduct, and burglary. What we're seeing in 2020 that perhaps we didn't see as much of in 2019 or 2018 is there's a lot of information on social media about these crimes as they are occurring. There's folks who are monitoring different either radio frequencies or Facebook pages, and so people are immediately alerted of a crime that might actually be in progress, and it's being communicated literally as our officers are on the way to the scene of the crime or on the scene of the call. And so there's just a lot more community interest and community awareness about crimes that are occurring right now. That is something that is fairly new. The other thing that's new here, or that is just a fact in 2020, is that we're seeing increases in crime in literally every community around us as well. Minneapolis, St. Paul, of course, but other suburbs. I've made phone calls personally to my colleagues and peer police chiefs around the metro, and many of them are telling me that their overall Part 1 increase is between 15 and 20%. Now we're at that 16% reduction. They're actually at 15 to 20% increases. And so this isn't unique to Bloomington. There is an increase going on across metropolitan areas across the country from everything that I've been able to learn over the last few months. And this really started, this significant kind of increases started really late June and July, and have now carried through, of course, mid-October. I hope those answers the questions that you.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. I think we just want to underline that this is not a unique thing to Bloomington, that we're seeing this across the metropolitan area. Really, you said it across the country. So just finally then, what I would ask then is, you've mentioned the strategy piece and those types of things that are there. The only other question I would ask from, that a resident might ask is, are we doing everything we can do to try to make sure that, that overall rate that we have in each of those categories is as low as we possibly can. And I would imagine, I already think I know what the answer is to that, but I figure it's just worth asking that question.
Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, I can tell you that in the police department here that we're meeting weekly to try and identify any trends, any new trends. There are a number of city departments that are working on some of these issues that have been going on for a few months. As I mentioned before, community development, environmental health, legal, fire departments actually been involved in trying to look at some ways for call reductions and how we can kind of manage some of these situations. And so we are trying to be as collaborative as we can, but also as proactive as we can. I listed a couple of scenarios where that collaborative work and that problem-solving kind of mindset has come to bear on some situations currently going on in Bloomington. But I think from the here in the police department, our crime prevention unit would certainly love to hear from any of our residents who would like to maybe form a neighborhood watch group in their neighborhood. We have over 400 active neighborhood watch groups, and these are really, really great for being eyes and ears and reporting things that might not, that may not be normal for a neighborhood. So if there's anybody out there who wants to do that, certainly give us a call here in the police department. You can find our contact information on the website. We'll look for any additional help that we can get in the community. Because neighborhood safety is extremely important to our residents. We know that. We hear about that on a day-to-day basis. At the police department, we're going to do everything we can here at the city with other departments to try and prevent these crimes from happening. And when they do, address them very quickly. But we can certainly, we're certainly interested in having as much of our city participating in neighborhood watch as possible, because we just think that gives us another advantage to trying to stop crimes from happening and solve them when they do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And excuse me, I guess one of the disadvantages of being slow to raise my virtual hand is that most of the questions that I had were already asked. But to a point that specifically that Councilmember Lohman just raised, I'm wondering, would it be possible, you Chief, you talked about how this increase in crime is a trend that's affecting the broader metro area and the entire country. And I'm wondering, would it be possible to perhaps make public some of that sort of comparison data? I wonder if folks in the community might just be interested in seeing how Bloomington compares, knowing, of course, that no community is exactly alike, and there's some apples to oranges there as well. But I think folks would be interested in seeing how we compare to other communities. Is it possible to make that comparison data public?
Chief Potts.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, what I've been able to get is some information from the chiefs over the phone. I don't know how much of their year-to-date mid-October crime data is public yet. I'm making ours public because I want our community to know about it. I can't guarantee I can get my hands on their public data, but I will do I'll do what I can to try to provide provide some context to our data and try to find other agencies that might be willing to share it. It's just at the end of the year, all this data does become public through the BCA crime report that is made public, but middle of the year, it's a little bit more difficult to get our hands on.
Sure. And I mean, if it's not until the end of the year when that BCA data becomes public, that's fine too. But I think, like you said, I think that would be really helpful context. And then I guess the only other thing that I would add, and I want to also thank you for taking the other time. I don't even remember, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Every week bleeds together at this point. To talk with me about basically this same topic. And I think what has struck me from your presentation tonight, and it struck me from your the conversation we had the other day as well, is what we really are talking about in a lot of ways is a very sort of things are set up in a very sort of responsive way. That is to say, unless something occurs where someone calls 911 or calls the police department, in many ways there isn't really there's not necessarily an effective way to sort of stop things from happening on the front end, unless it's a patrol encounters something or you notice a trend or something like that. And so I guess I just kind of thinking about this as we move forward, what we really need to be thinking about is what are the things that lead folks to be in a position in their lives where they turn to crime for whatever reason, whatever that reason that is. And if you, this is a very big question, but if you have any thoughts on that, I'd certainly be curious to hear them.
Chief Potts.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, as we talked about this a few weeks back, that's a tough question. I think certainly, there's a number of people who are out of work right now, that economically things are challenging for a lot of the people in our community, and whether or not that is a contributing factor to what we're seeing in terms of some of these increases, or I guess I'm not entirely sure, but that is I think certainly something that city staff here is looking at, is what are some of the contributing factors that put people in a position where they feel like they need to commit these crimes. I think that's also another question that we're looking at is how can we, when folks do encounter law enforcement for committing a crime, what are some effective strategies that we can utilize that hopefully put us in a position where they don't commit another crime? And so we're looking at what our options are. I think I've told the council this before, that this is the beginning of the second year actually of having an embedded social worker. And that resource has been invaluable in terms of trying to connect people in our community with the services that they may not otherwise know about. They may not otherwise have been able to get connected to them. But our social worker, it kind of gets at the question you're asking, in that in some cases, being able to provide some level of services, and for our social worker, really the two areas that they focus on is folks who are suffering from some form of mental illness, or those who might have some kind of a chemical or substance abuse. And so it's really important that in those cases that we can, especially when people are experiencing a crisis, that we can connect them with services, because then that hopefully will keep them out of crisis. And sometimes it's a matter of getting proper medications reestablished, connecting some folks with treatment. And so that kind of gets to the question, maybe a little bit indirectly, that you're asking, is how can we help people be in a position where they may not commit crimes? And sometimes that means it's connecting them with the services that they need.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership and the work that your department's doing on that. I think it's really, really important that we're thinking creatively and holistically about this issue. So thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions, but first, thank you, Chief Potts, for all of your excellent work, and just want to publicly thank all of the staff and officers in the police department for everything they're doing. Your report tonight is really impressive. The results that you're seeing in terms of the reduction in calls at the hotels is fantastic. The interventions that you're doing, the clearance rate and things like that. So it's really nice to hear that. Obviously, increase in crime is of concern to the community, and so just a couple quick questions on that. There's two kind of narratives that I hear, is a lot of this is driven by what's happening in the hotels along American, but then the other narrative I hear is that there's more crime in all of the neighborhoods throughout the community. can you talk a little bit to the geographic nature, if there's any trends you're seeing in terms of increases within other neighborhoods not along American Boulevard, or I guess how geographically dispersed is those things that are increasing throughout the community?
Chief Potts?
Yeah, I will say, Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, that the crime is actually pretty scattered. And what I was hoping to be able to do earlier was show that community crime map. But I think what I would encourage our community is to really look at that that tool on the police department website. I can talk about trends and look at and really drives our proactive work in the police department is trying to identify the trends and identify where the higher concentrations of some of those crimes are occurring. There are burglaries, there are auto thefts, there are break-ins to cars that are happening in neighborhoods. But what I'll say is, kind of go back to saying is that the vast majority of those are crimes of opportunity that a person looking to commit that crime found an opportunity, whether it be an open garage door, a vehicle that was left with the keys in them, or keys in the car, maybe an open window on a car, and that then turned into one of those crime statistics that I showed on the part 1 or part 2. They're not super clustered or concentrated in any one area, although there are a higher density of crimes in and around retail and in some cases, in some areas of town, the 494 kind of American corridor. And that's what you'd find if you went on that crime map and started looking at kind of the density. But that shouldn't send the message to the neighborhoods that if you provide an opportunity for someone that you're going to get lucky and that your car won't get broken into. We need to stay diligent or vigilant in the neighborhoods too, and kind of take those opportunities as much as we can.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate it. My second question, and I don't want to go too far down this, is somewhat budget related, but earlier in your conversation, you had mentioned part of the great clearance rate that you have is due to the crime analyst. And my question is, that the same position that is being considered for elimination within the some of the discussions with the budget committee, or is this a different position? I just wanted to clarify that.
Chief?
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, there's actually 9 positions.
Looks like we had a technical glitch here. Everybody stand by. We are completely blank here in City Hall, not seeing anybody. I don't know if anybody is seeing us, but we're not seeing any of the council members right now. So give us just a moment if you're watching at home. Now we're starting to reload. Chief, if you could just hold on 1 second. We are still reloading everybody, I think.
I apologize, Mayor. Can you hear me now?
We can indeed.
All right.
Can you hear us?
My internet connection here. So I apologize to Chief Potts, but I didn't hear any of his answers.
Well, no, you're not to blame. I think we dropped everything here. I don't know. I'm not sure what might have happened, but we dropped everything here. So why don't we have Chief Potts maybe start again on that? And
Sure. Sorry, Mayor. Councilmember Nelson, you.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's a sign.
we are having continued technical difficulties, folks. Some may call it a sign.
Maybe we shouldn't ask about the budget right now. We'll have that conversation later.
Let's try it one more time if we could.
I'll try and
Talk fast, Chief Potts. We don't know how long it's going to last.
all right. Sure, Mayor. Yeah, that's an important position, Councilmember Nelson. So are all the other 8 positions that were on that list. There's 5 sworn, 4 non-sworn positions. All of them are important in terms of what our role is in terms of trying to control call for service increases and crime in the categories that we talked about earlier tonight. So that's an important position. There are some backup resources that we can use. Hennepin County also provides a certain level of crime analytics, and so if it has to happen, we are prepared to utilize some other Hennepin County resources. But yeah, that would be difficult for us because of the crime information that I've already communicated to you all here tonight.
Councilmember Nelson, are you there? I don't know if he's there or not. Again, why don't we take this as a sign, and given the late hour, we'll say once again, Chief Potts, thank you so very much, and thank you to you and your entire department for the great work that you do. We all definitely we so appreciate it and so understand the pressure that you've been under over the past few months, and the work that you've been able to accomplish despite all that's gone on, despite the pressures of a pandemic, despite everything else. It's very impressive. So thank you so very much. I just more of a comment than a question. Maybe you could chime in, but we've heard numbers for calls of service. You talked about crime statistics, and then you mentioned the medical calls that sometimes are a big part of that as well. And each are their own little thing, because I know that not each call for service is a crime, and not each medical call is a crime. Obviously not. And it is definitely a public safety issue here in the city of Bloomington that we have to deal with and address. But we also can't lose sight of the fact that this is there's a human issue here as well, because the folks who are in so many of those hotels, just the fact that they are homeless in some way or in need of help in some way, that a lot of times a call for service is a medical call. It's a call for help for a variety of other reasons other than simply crimes. And we need to keep that in mind, I think, as we move forward with all that we do and the decisions that we make and the way we look at this as a problem in our city and try to find solutions within our city. So,
Mayor, you're absolutely right. I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but whatever we do in terms of trying to kind of address some of the call for service numbers that there are medical calls that come into the police department, and the last thing we want is for a property owner or someone to not call us when medical first responders are needed, whether it be at those hotels or anywhere here in town. And so we're always talking with them about making sure that the people know that they can call when they need us, that medical services are very important. The hotels that Hennepin County is contracting with, I think I mentioned, those are running a little higher in terms of the percentage of medicals. Those call for service numbers that I showed you on the chart do include medicals. About 50 to 60% of the calls for service at the Holiday Inn 98 4th Street and the Holiday Inn on Johnson, about 50 to 60% of those calls are in fact medicals. It's about 20 to 25% of the calls at the Comfort Inn that are medicals.
It's a good point, important to remember. So thank you. Again, Chief, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for sticking with us late tonight. I appreciate it.
No problem.
With that, Council, let's move to item 9.4, City Council Policy and Issue Update. Mr. Verbrugge, do you have anything for us at this late hour?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I do have several items. I'm going to move through them quickly. So if anybody has questions, feel free to jump in. But I'll try to be brief. First, I want to provide an update on voting. I know that folks are interested in what's been happening over the last couple of weeks with early voting. In Bloomington, we've received over 9,000 votes as of 8 o'clock this morning that have the voters have come to vote in person or dropped off their ballot here at Bloomington Civic Plaza. For Hennepin County, 35% of registered voters have already submitted ballots as of 8 o'clock this morning. So the intensity of early voting and absentee balloting is very strong. The city recently received a credit rating from Fitch. I know the council is aware of this, but it's good to share with the community. The city of Bloomington often talks about the fact that we have a AAA rating, meaning that the three largest credit rating agencies, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's, all have given Bloomington the highest possible credit rating for a municipality. Bloomington is one of only 40 cities around the country that has a AAA rating. The rating agency Fitch provided notice to the city last week that they are reaffirming that the AAA rating. However, we did receive a negative outlook. What that means is that the uncertainty around the economic issues created by the pandemic are essentially a warning sign. It's not an indication of any imminent financial issue, but as we go into the market and we're issuing debt for various projects, this is how the rating agencies forecast potential concerns if bond buyers are going to have any of them. The thing to note about that negative outlook is our understanding from the feedback from the analyst at Fitch is that almost every city around the country that has a significant amount of revenue coming from the sectors that we do, primarily lodging and entertainment, are all receiving a similar outlook forecast from the rating agencies. We have rating calls this week with Standard & Poor's and Moody's, so we're hopeful that we'll still be able to claim that AAA by the end of the process. And I do want to acknowledge our staff who do tremendous work on those rating agency calls. Legislative update. I think that many people watching are aware that the legislature last week during the 5th special session approved a bonding and tax bill. The city had an item in the tax bill that would have provided a sales tax exemption for the fire station construction, a future project that was pegged for about 2023. That exemption was removed last week as they were trying to make the bill more palatable and frankly reduce any revenue loss to the state. So we will bring that back up for council discussion when we're talking about legislative issues here in the next couple of months going into 2021. Real quickly, some highlights from the bonding bill that was approved that are relevant to the city of Bloomington. There was $55 million for bus rapid transit, and that included fully funding the D line as well as other projects in the metro area. That's a big issue. D line obviously runs Chicago Avenue corridor to Mall of America. So that will serve Bloomington. $5 million for Metro Parks and Trails. The city of Bloomington share from that will be $216,000. That will go into our Parks Grants budget that you received tonight. When that money is received and when we know how it will be allocated, we're likely to come back with a budget amendment for that fund. And then there was also $1 million for improvements to the public safety training facility located in Edina, but it's jointly owned and operated by the cities of Bloomington, Edina, and Eden Prairie, as well as the Metropolitan Airports Commission. So that's a really important facility for our police and fire folks to do their training. And the state is supporting some improvements that will be going in there. And then last, the annual resident survey. The council is aware that we have received the draft report on the results, and Diane Kirby, our community services director, is working with Demema Mann, our rep at National Research Council, in the National Community Survey to put the final draft together. As I've shared with the council and staff in a couple of updates recently, we will have a full presentation of the survey results to the City Council on Monday, November 9th. What we're planning to do is in the couple weeks leading up to that is just have one or two focus areas each day that we'll just kind of sprinkle out so that people can get a sense of how the survey results are looking. And then all of that information will be part of that presentation on the 9th. But I thought I'd just hit a couple of quick items here this evening, since there are items in the survey that relate to a lot of what we've talked about this evening and focus on either strategic initiatives for the council or particularly relevant or pertinent issues this year. First of all, one of the most encouraging numbers in the survey is the value of services for the taxes paid to Bloomington is at 70%. That's a 7% increase over last year, which I think is a really interesting response given the current conversations we're having with the Community Budget Advisory Committee, and that number is also higher than our comparison to benchmark communities. And one of the reasons that we do use the National Community Survey is it gives us a pool of similar communities to look at nationally, not just locally, and how we compare. So that 70% value of services for taxes paid is higher than our national benchmark group. And overall, the customer service by Bloomington employees was at 86%, which is the highest mark that residents have given Bloomington City employees since we've started doing this survey in 2012. So I want to recognize the work that our city staff is doing in providing customer service to the community. Related to economic impacts from the pandemic, this fits in with conversations the council's been having, especially as it relates to some of the small business emergency assistance loan program that we created in the housing assistance that we have provided, as well as housing policies that the council is talking about, particularly housing that's affordable. There's a question about whether the economy will have a positive impact on income. And it is lower this year than it ever has been in the survey. Only 15% of respondents said that the economy is going to have a positive impact on their income. That's not a surprise, but that 15% is actually lower than the national benchmark. There's also a question about whether the respondent is not experiencing housing cost stress. So we've talked about housing affordability, and 60% of respondents said they're not experiencing housing cost stress. What that means is that 40% of the respondents said that they are stressed by the cost of housing currently. A hot topic this year has been garbage and recycling and yard waste. Garbage had an 80% favorability this year, or the garbage collection, as well as recycling at 84% and yard waste pickup at 86%. And those last two, recycling and yard waste, are 7% and 9% increases respectively over last year. The garbage collection saw a 3% increase over last year. So that 80+% for those three services is a very strong level of satisfaction by residents. And then feelings of safety. Since we just talked about the concerns about crime in the community, and appreciate the work that the chief and his team did to put together a comprehensive review, there are two issues here. The overall feeling of safety in Bloomington is at 81%. That's similar to our national benchmark, but it's down 6% from last year's survey. Now, the interesting thing is that when you ask residents focus areas, whether the overall feeling of safety in Bloomington should be an essential or a very important focus area for the city, 93% say yes, which is unsurprising. In almost every year that we have asked this question, overall feeling of safety in Bloomington is usually the number one or the number two response at 93%. 81% are currently saying that they feel that the community is very or somewhat safe. So there's people who expect us to focus on that, and those who say that we're actually achieving that. There's a little bit of a gap there, and so we want to be attentive to those concerns. But at 81%, like I said, it's similar to communities around the country. And then last, in the area of inclusion and equity, we talked about our racial equity business plan this evening, and the council approved that business plan. We've asked questions to get at people's perceptions of Bloomington as an inclusive community, and 72% said that they get a sense that the city values and respects residents from diverse backgrounds. 75% said that they get a sense that making the city makes all residents feel welcome. But here's the interesting one: is openness and acceptance of the community toward people of diverse backgrounds is only at 61%, right? And so I think you see where the events of this year, that's a 6% decline from last year, by the way, and it's the lowest in the since we've been asking this question in 2012. I think the events of this year are clearly creating concerns, especially in communities of color. And so what we will do as we put that report together for the council is that we'll be able to break this down in a little bit more detail, because I know the council members are often concerned about what we call the crosstabs. So, how are responses different from District 1 to District 2 to District 3 or District 4, or how are responses different by age or by income, by home ownership or by renter, so we can hopefully have those kind of questions in more detail for you too. And so we will, when we have the final draft of the reports, we'll get those out to council, so you will see those before the November 9th presentation, and we'll have a more fulsome conversation then. And that's all I have for you this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Councilmember Coulter and then Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick one. Just again, a reminder that I'm having a virtual community conversation event this coming Saturday, making use of our co-ed division's Zoom account. It's this coming Saturday, the 24th at 10 a.m. From 10 to 11:30. And again, for folks who have not done so already, you do need to register in advance. So if anybody at home is still watching and is interested in that, please either shoot me an email or call me by phone, and I can make sure you get the information needed to do that.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. Just two real quick things here. Wanted to thank the staff's work on the 106th Street improvement project. There were some questions about that and some things that were done to really kind of move that forward. And I think that's really going to make a huge difference for that part of Bloomington. And I'm looking forward to that kind of moving forward. I'm also looking forward to, in terms of placemaking, which I very much support, that we get that integrated in at a later time when it makes a little more sense, given our current budget situation. And then finally, I wanted to second one of the ideas that Councilmember Martin had brought up, at least having the discussion about public notification around transparency. I know that Councilmember Martin had brought that up, and I'd like to not, of course, not right now, but at some other point in time, continue that conversation about what makes the most amount of sense for public notification around different areas when we're getting ready to do projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there anything else to bring before the group this evening? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to adjourn. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman, Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
and Mayor Bussey.
Aye. 7-0 vote. We are officially adjourned. Thank you very much to the staff for your work tonight. A lot of good presentation, a lot of good information. Thanks to the council for the good discussion on so many things. And thanks to everybody who stuck with us and is watching tonight. Have a good rest of your week. Drive carefully tomorrow and Wednesday. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Night, folks.